There's nothing more exciting than planner setup season, and so why not have a marathon of setups where we can set up our planners together for 2024. Go grab your planner and all your supplies, and let's get planning. In our community, we absolutely love planner setup videos. We love long, chatty videos where we can be setting up our planners while we're watching our favorite YouTubers and influencers setting up their planners. We love exchanging ideas, asking questions, trying out new things. We absolutely love planner setup videos, and setting up a blank planner is such a representation of the year ahead. It's full of blank pages and promises, and we come to the table with goals and intentions and all of our personality and our supplies, ready to make this blank book completely ours for the year ahead. I wanted to embrace that excitement and that spirit this year by bringing you the best of planner setup videos from the Planning Annie channel over the last few years. And these are the videos that you love the most, that you liked the most, you watched the most, you gave the most comments, all of those. I've pulled all of them together in a marathon so that we can set up our planners together. I hope you'll go grab a coffee or a hot cocoa or an adult beverage, all your supplies, your blank planner for 2024, and I hope you enjoy setting up your planners with me as we embrace the excitement of the season. If you are new to Planning Annie and this is your first time here, we are a community of planner enthusiasts, and we hope that you will consider joining us, subscribing, and becoming part of our community in 2024. For those of you who are returning, I hope that you enjoy the marathon. You've seen all of this before, and these were your most loved setups. I hope that you enjoy the opportunity to set up your planner with me. So let's go. This is going to be a little companion planner for the summer, and I'm super excited about it. We've got a lot of plans, a lot of things going on this summer, and I think this is really going to help me just stay on top of things. Now, you might be wondering what is going to be the difference between, this planner and my Hobonichi cousin, which you guys have seen, many times in videos before. So the difference is this is weekly planning, future planning. It's where I capture memory keeping. My daily pages are kind of a stream of consciousness, some journaling, some listing, some artistic outlet, a lot of watercolor, things like that. So, this is kind of my creative and planning outlet because of how chunky it is getting. And, we're not even to the halfway point of the year, which tells me this one is going to get really, really fat. She is really not very travel friendly anymore. It's hard to put this planner in my purse and go. So I am going to keep this at home as I have been doing, really use this in the same way that I have been doing. But what I'm finding is, in the beginning of the year, I was using a daily page to write down my grocery list, right? Well, it is really hard to put a grocery list in here and then pull this out, in the grocery cart. It's just so big. So I need something a bit more portable. I'm also thinking about the travel that we're going to be doing this summer and needing something very small and easy to carry around. So that's all the reasons why I am moving into this little guy. And I will be using a lot of supplies. I will have everything linked down in the description box below. I may not talk about everything and where I got it in the video, but please do make sure you check out the description box below. I also have an Amazon store, Planning Annie Amazon store, that has all kinds of supplies for exactly what I'm going to be doing today, setting up a new B6 Stalogy. So I do have this cover. This is a Moterm cover in the B6 Plus size. I got it in this pebble gray color. I thought this was just super neutral, and I could use it really year-round just by changing out the decor inside. I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time focusing on the pockets today. I'm going to focus more on setting the planner up, but maybe I'll come back if you guys are interested to see how I end up setting up pockets and things like that. So all I have done to this planner so far is put this crazy vinyl in here, which, what a glare. You can see my camera stand there. This is a holographic vinyl from Cricut that I use to make a lot of these guys, like little vinyl, and I'm hoping to be able to use some of these today. A lot of vinyls, like there's a little surfer girl and a surfboard and surf hair don't care, you know, stuff like that. I make those, but I had this extra piece, and so I just put it in there because I thought this would make a great inbox sticky note dashboard. I find that when I am planning, I like access to a lot of sticky notes. So I like to keep sticky notes right here in the front, and that way, you know, if I'm out and about, if I end up on the phone, you know, making an appointment or something like that, I've got sticky notes ready to grab and go. So that was my idea here. Now, another option that I think is so cute, but I absolutely despise doing, is creating a washi tape dashboard. I have done this before. I have not ever done this on camera because I stink at it and it's really hard for me. I don't know why, but those little, getting that washi tape dashboard down on the front cover is just so painful to me. I will leave a couple videos linked in the description box below from other YouTubers where they actually walk through how to do a washi tape dashboard, because I think it is really beautiful if it's done right. So I'll leave some links down in the description box below for that. Okay, so that's really it. I'm keeping it really simple for the front cover. That's the front cover. The other thing I have done is I have just gone through and put sticky notes down on how I think I want to use these pages and just kind of how I want to set them up. So I'm going to start setting this up as I go through, and I'll talk about what I'm using and how I'm going to be using each part and piece of the planner as I'm setting it up. All right, I'm going to be using 3 different types of adhesive today, and I know that seems like really excessive, but you don't have to have all 3 types of adhesive. You could just use one, but I actually use them for different reasons. So I have double-sided tape, I have regular tape in the satin finish, and then I have a Tombow Mono dual tape runner. And so I'll be using those in different ways as I go through, and you'll see that as I go through. The first thing I'm going to put down is this Year at a Glance. I absolutely love this font. I think this is from Pineberry. Again, I'll have everything linked down in the description box below, but I like having a Year at a Glance, even though I know that this planner is only going to be a summer planner. I'm only going to be using this through basically 4 months. We're already into May, so I'm going to be using it in May, June, July, and August. That is going to be, you know, kind of the time frame for this planner's life. But I think it's really handy to have all of the months available, because it's in the July and August time frame that, you know, I start talking to family members about holiday plans. You know, what are we doing for Thanksgiving, things like that. So, and also when I'm making future appointments, stuff like that, I need to just be able to reference this. So I'm going to have that here. I'm going to make this page purely decorative. So I actually have this background that I printed out and then cut out. I just printed it in B6 size and cut it out. It's just regular printer paper. It's super thin printer paper. I like to use the thinnest possible for all of these printables that I tape in, because otherwise I'm going to end up in the same situation with the super bulky planner. So I'm going to put this down, and then I finally found acetate that I can print on with an inkjet printer. So if you have run into the same problem that I have, in that you have an inkjet printer and you have really struggled to find acetate that you can print on, I found one. Now, it's a bit pricey, and the package doesn't come with many in it. So I really reserve this for things that I, you know, really want to print. But I will say it is cheaper than buying acetates for your planner, which I find a really hard time finding acetates, good acetates for my planner. Actually, I find a ton in the UK, which, for any subscribers sitting in the UK, guys, How can some of you move here and sell those acetates? Bring those acetates with you because you guys have the most awesome shops on Etsy and shops selling acetates, but it's too expensive to ship it over here to the US. And I haven't found a lot of shops that are selling cute acetates for your planners in the US. So if you have any recommendations for that, please leave that down in the comments below. I would love to see that. But in the meantime, this is an option for me, and I am super happy with being able to print my own. I've actually got a few examples of that today that I'm going to be using, so I'm excited to share those with you. This is one I made. This page is purely decorative just to set the mood. It is going to be my summer planner, and Summer Breeze Makes Me Feel Fine. Great old song. Smash that like button if you know that song. So, okay. I'm going to be taping this in and then tipping this in. So once I get this taped down, I will actually walk through how I tip in, because I get that question a lot. All right, so now I've got that taped down. I absolutely love these colors. You can see I even have my nails these colors. This teal, blue, sand color, white, I absolutely love that. So now I'm going to tip this in right here. And to tip in means to add, you're not taping it down, you're taping it into the seam so that it becomes like another page. And that's what I'm going to be doing here, because I just want this to lay over this page. Now I will say this is a very tricky page to do this with. Because this is this first gray page, the seam is a little different. This page is a little shorter. It would be much easier if I were tipping it in to here. All right, so I've got tape and a card. Now I will say this is satin finish tape. I actually don't like satin finish tape the best for this. I actually like clear tape, clear Scotch tape, or really any brand, just as long as it's clear. Unfortunately, my daughters steal my tape all the time. Like, I have to hide it like it's, gold or something. Anyway, this is what I'm left with, so this is what I'm using. So I'm going to take a small, and this to me is the biggest key, a small piece of tape, very small. The sticky part is on my finger. The non-sticky part is back here. I'm going to take an old card. You can use a card. There's washi tape cutters. There's all kinds of things, but you want it to be fairly sturdy. This is an old, like some sort of gaming, I don't even know, some sort of gift card or something. So I'm going to take this, and I'm actually going to put the card in the middle of the tape and fold the tape back on either side. And I want it to be even. So I've got sticky parts sticking out here, sticky parts sticking out here. It's folded in the middle. And now I like to do it on the back first. I'm going to put my acetate or vellum right into the seam. And then I'm going to take the card and press it down into the spine. So press it down into the spine. And then I'm going to smooth out the tape with the card. So, and I will say this takes practice. Sometimes you'll get bubbles. When you're first learning to do this, sometimes you get bubbles. And the biggest piece of advice I could give you is to use small pieces of tape. If you have longer pieces of tape, it's much harder to do this. So use smaller pieces of tape. Now I'm just going to repeat that. Bend that back, and I did this kind of down at the bottom. I'm going to do this up at the top, make sure it's in the seam, press the card in the seam, flatten the tape out. And for this piece, I think I only need two pieces of tape. Now, if you have something that is having a hard time staying in, you could certainly come back and do it on the front. You could do more. What you want to be very careful of is where the acetate or vellum ends, where the page ends. You do not want to put tape above that, because then when you go to flip it, that tape is going to prevent it from turning. So that's key, but you can put more if you need it. I try to put the least amount possible that I need in order just to get it to stick in there. So there is my first two pages. I love it. I love this acetate. I love the way this looks. All right, the next sections I'm going to set up are going to be a future log. I have a lot of things already planned for the summer months. I want to make sure I have a place to capture all the additional things. Summer gets really busy for us. It's so funny because I always feel like the school year is super busy, and then, summer comes and then when the school year starts, it's like, oh, thank gosh. So anyway, I'm going to be using these calendars, these monthly calendars. They're 2 pages. I'm going to go ahead and use the full calendar and the 2-page spread as a future log. So I'm going to be taping these in, and it looks like these might be a little wide. I might have to slim them down just a little bit, but I'm going to be putting these in for the next 4 pages. So May, June, July, and August. I want to have full monthly calendars in here. And then I'm going to add some little tabs. I'm actually going to use my label maker, which I geek out about this label maker. I absolutely love my label maker. So I'll show you how I'm going to make the tabs using the label maker. I'm going to go ahead and tape all of the calendars in and then kind of show you how I'm going to use them and decorate them. So I've got my calendars all taped down, and I had to trim them a little bit. It cut off a little bit of the monthly title, but that's okay. That's going to work for me. And I really like having the full calendars already set up, and I won't be using this in the month. I'll be using these as a future log. And so as soon as I'm done setting all of this up, I will come back here and plug in all the things I already know about so that I can start, you know, preparing for those things and meal planning and making packing lists and all of that stuff. So I've got them in there. I did pick out 4 little washies. I want to use these washies just to decorate the top so I can kind of visually see the difference between each page. So I'm going to start with May, and I picked out this washi from Simply Gilded. All right, so if you are new to my channel and this is the first time you've been here, I just want to say welcome, and I'm so glad you're here, and I hope that you are enjoying this setup. I have lots of videos like this. I have lots and lots of planning videos. I would love it if you would consider becoming part of our little planner community here and subscribing. Hit that subscribe button so that you can stay tuned and catch all of the planner goodness. And if you've been here for a while, I know some of you have been here from the very beginning, and I adore you guys. I love hearing your feedback, your ideas. You know, I just love this little community that we have here. So thank you so much for being part of the Planning Annie planner team. Okay, so this is the July washi, and then the last washi I have. Actually, all 4 of these are from Simply Gilded. They're just beautiful summer colors. I absolutely love. Okay, and then this last one. And now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put tabs on these because I want to easily be able to come back to these tabs. So I actually have these printable tabs from, I believe these are from Plan So Cute. I'll have them linked down below. So I'm going to put these tabs on the side, and then I'm going to use my little label maker to label the months. So let me start by putting this tab down. I think I will use yellow for this first one, and these are so cute the way they're designed. They're so easy to use. So I'm going to put this here, and I'm just going to make sure I want just a tiny bit to stick off the page. Like that, so just a tiny bit. And then I'm going to print out May. So let me type in May, M-A-Y, and then I hit print. All right, and now I have my little tiny label, and I'm gonna peel this off, but I'm probably gonna end up trimming it down a bit. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And now I'm going to add, just like that, I'm going to add it into the rest. And I think one more step I want to take. So these are paper, and even though they are doubly thick because they're folded over, I do want to protect them a little bit. So I'm just taking a piece of this clear tape, and I'm going to fold it over because I will use these tabs. So I'm just going to fold that over and then trim off this little bit of excess. And you could do this with stickers. It doesn't have to be a specific, something designed to be a tab. You could totally do this with 2 stickers that are the same. Happy Planner has the Happy Planner books, sticker books. If you have any of those, they have a lot of repeated stickers like hearts and circles and things like that. You could absolutely make a tab out of things like that. The Simply Gilded bow seals are also excellent tabs for your planners. So those are other options. I really like the size of these though. So there's my May tab. I'm going to go ahead and add in the other 4 tabs. All right, so I have got all the tabs set up. I'm super excited with the way this came out. They are just a little bit more protected because of the tape that I added. So I'm going to feel comfortable grabbing for them because I think they're going to be a bit more durable. But I really am happy with the way they went out. I went ahead and put labels on both sides so that I could easily find them regardless of where I am in the planner, whether it's, you know, from the beginning and I'm going from here, or from the, you know, further in the planner and I'm going from here. But these are going to be my future log. Now there are a lot of different ways to set up a future log. You can use little mini calendars to have space for each month. I really like this method when I know I'm going to have a busy time frame. Another time of year that I like to use full calendars for a future log is around the holidays at the end of the year. It just helps me to see actually on the calendar when things are happening, and I can, you know, block out or color code a whole week where we're going to be on vacation, things like that. So I think this is going to really help me out when it comes to planning and pre-planning and, you know, laying things out of when things are happening for this summer. So that's my future log. Next up, I want to give myself a place for goals for the summer. You know, sometimes goals can take a bit of a backseat when it comes to summer because it's such a busy time frame. I actually modified a printable that I'm going to use in here and printed it out myself, and I just have 4 sections, May, June, July, and August, where I'm going to list out the action, what goal this is tied to. I have 3 major goals this year, which goal it's tied to, and kind of check off if it's done or not. And I also want to give myself some free space to take notes or to write or jot down ideas. So I'm going to be putting this in. I'm going to tape this in, and then I'll come back and kind of decorate this page. All right, so I've got that taped down. I grabbed a couple of my Zebra mild liner brush pens. I'm just going to kind of highlight these to designate that these are different. So just giving a little bit of distinction on this page between the goals. And I think this is going to be plenty of space because, again, it's busy in summer, and so I don't want to try to tackle too much in the summer. So I think this is going to be plenty of room to capture major action items for the summer. And this to me looks like it could use just a little bit of washi tape. I actually recently put up a washi tape organization video. I've got my washi tapes that I'm planning to use today right here in this acrylic drawer that actually goes in a three drawer set. I will link that video. If you are like me and have very large washi tape collection, you may want to consider something like the tools that I have used to kind of organize my washi. And I'll have that video linked so that you can take a look at that if you are needing to get some structure to your washi organization. And again, this is just going to be a notes page, so I'm just going to section it off and leave it blank. I'll use this to brainstorm ideas, or you know, if I need some spillover area, I can use that for goals. So this is all about goals. Okay, next spread, I have 2 kind of lists that I'm going to be using. One is things that I want to add to this planner. So sometimes I think of something while I'm out and about. I'm like, oh gosh, I really need to add that list, or, you know, that checklist, that item, that schedule, something like that to my planner. So I'm going to have a space in here that I can quickly flip to and jot that down. I can also use this for my next planner. So things I want to add to my next planner that I set up as I come to the end of the summer and I think about fall and holidays and things like that. I will also use this. So I'm going to split this in half and have 2 columns here to to keep track of those kind of things. The other thing I want to add is a discount code tracker. So I come across, you know, I'm a planner supplies fanatic, if you couldn't tell just from this video alone. So obviously in the course of loving planner supplies, I come across a lot of shop codes. And then when I go to the shop, I can't always remember what the discount code was. So I want a place to be able to track that. So I'm going to add these two into the planner as well. All right, so I've got those 2 pages in. They are going to be great, very useful. I do want to go ahead and divide this in half so that I actually have 2 columns there, so that when I can add in things that go in future planner, things that go in this planner. But these pages do look really dull. So I'm going to add in some washi, of course. And then I only have one other page to set up that's kind of like, you know, start of the planner page. And then I am going to get into May setup because I want to go ahead, it's already May, and I want to start using this planner. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the beginning of the month of May and talk about how I will use this in companion with my Hobonichi cousin. This next spread is reoccurring task, and I'm actually not going to set this up right now. I am going to make a separate video on this. I showed in a flip through of my Hobonichi daily pages where I had captured an entire collection of all the reoccurring tasks and why that's important to do and how I use that. And so I'm actually going to do a whole different video on setting this spread up, so make sure you're subscribed. Stay tuned for that video. If you're looking for a way to manage those tasks, those to-dos that just happen over and over again, something easy to help you populate your planner so that you never forget any of those, whether they are annual or monthly or weekly or daily, quarterly, every other week, all that stuff. Stay tuned for that because I will do an entire video just on setting that up. So I'm going to leave that just as is right now. And then that gets us into May. So I am going to start with a sticky note dashboard and a cover. I like to use a sticky note dashboard at the beginning of all of my months because it's a great way to jot things down as they come to me and then figure out where they go, whether it's in the monthly spread, the weekly spread, kind of where they go in the planner. But having that available, it's also a great way to have sticky notes available for this month that I can just go pull and move around as I need to. I am going to do a cover, and I have this beautiful background. This is actually scrapbook paper that I picked up, I believe at Hobby Lobby, maybe at Michael's, but it's a little bit older. It's great scrapbook paper. I'm going to put this down, and then I have this super cute, I'm so excited about it, this acetate, which let me put it here so you can see it. So this is hollow. These are little jellyfish, and this says surrounded by jellies. How cute is that? I absolutely love it, and I think it looks so adorable over this. And just a little, this is decorative. This is purely decorative, but it just marks for me the month of May. I'll put a tab in here so that I know this is May. I made this with the crickets. So these little jellyfish were actually available, I believe, as part of the Cricut design space. As a little image, and then I used the holographic vinyl and cut them out and then put them on an extra sheet of acetate. So this is so adorable. I have other videos all about the Cricut. I love the Cricut. I love being able to cut out stuff. I love the hollow and different vinyls that you can use to make things. So this is going to be in here. I'm going to tape this down and then tip this in here. All right, I grabbed a stack of Avery tabs. These come in a pack. I'll have them linked down below. This is an Avery tab. It's got a little bit of sparkly on it. I think it's so cute. So what I'm going to do is put this behind the vellum right on here, and I'll put it inside since I know I'm going to have several months that go across here, 4 months that go across here. And then I am going to break out the label maker. Oh guys, if you only knew, like this bringing out the label maker is so nostalgic for me because I remember having the old school label maker. Do you guys remember the one with the circle and you had to turn it to get to the letter? And oh gosh, I had one of those as a kid and I thought I was the coolest thing. Everything in my room was labeled. I was destined to be a stationery nerd from the word go. But this label maker, I couldn't even imagine this back in that room, you know, in my early days. All right, so I'm going to cut this down, peel this off, and put that on there. All right, so I have my little month all labeled, and you can see I'll be able to flip through it no matter where I am in the planner. I'll be able to see it and flip to it there. Okay, I am loving this dashboard. I think this is a great intro to the month of May. Now what I want to do is add in a place to do a brain dump, and then I'm going to use this for my brain dump, you know, just listing out all my to-dos. Now I have a lot of videos about brain dumps, how I use them, how to do them, brain dump trigger list, all of that stuff. I will have those videos listed down in the description box below. I think brain dumps are one of the most powerful planning and productivity tools that exist. So I have talked a lot about that. I never set up a month or a week without one. So I'm going to have this here and then go ahead and decorate this space to be able to use it for a brain dump. All right, so I've got that in there and I have used this beautiful washi tape again from Simply Gilded. I just love these colors. I think it goes perfectly with the jellyfish, and I'm actually going to encourage myself to begin to brain dump here by using these Zig clean color dot markers in purple and blue, and I'm just going to go ahead and make some dots here and just to get myself, you know, encouraged and in the mood to start capturing things for May. Next couple of pages, make sure that's dry. Next couple of pages I'm going to set up, I'm actually going to use a project tracker and a skincare tracker. All right, so I've got my skincare routine page in here, and this includes daily AM, daily PM, weekly, and monthly, and then I've got a place to keep notes, track anything that's bothering me or not working out, and then I also have a project's task list. We have a house project going on, redoing our deck in the back, and there's lots of things to keep up with there. So I'm going to use this to keep up with the actual task, and then this to keep up with like contact information, because we are working with some folks to help us do that. And so I want to keep all that information here, possibly a budget, you know, supplies, expenses, things like that. So that is all of the May monthly setup. Now I want to set up my first weekly page. So I am planning to use weekly pages in here just to track the schedule and also to keep up with things like the weekly meal plan and a grocery list because I will be taking this to the grocery store with me. So let me grab, I've got a bunch. I have this huge stack of weekly printables, different options for tracking weekly printables, tracking weekly setups here. I'm going to grab one of these. I like to try out different things, but I'm going to grab one of these and pop this in here and then probably put it on this page and then go ahead and set up the space for my weekly grocery list because I like to add to that as the week goes on. The way I use this with my Hobonichi cousin, so let me just flip to a week. For example, here's a week in May that I have pre-planned in, but I don't actually have all of the to-dos, so I'm not here yet. This is the week of the 16th. You can see that I have things laid out. I have some sticky notes, you know, what's going on, that I'm off work, you know, my husband's traveling, things like that. So I will use this to not only capture what is actually going on, but also to memory keep. So I'll come in here and write little things that happened in the day. But what I do is I set this up far in advance. This is all the future planning stuff. It's at the house. I have a Sunday session for planning every week. So I'll do that. And then for just kind of carrying around with me on the go. I will pull in key things that happen on each day and get more nitty-gritty into to-dos. I have some to-do space at the bottom for pre-planning of to-dos, but I will get much more nitty-gritty here into the details of things that are going on. I will also go back to the projects list and see if there's anything there. I will also go back to my brain dump and pull anything from there into the week. So I get a lot more detailed here. And then the second page that I have set up for the week is a weekly meal plan, because I will actually use this to grocery shop. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the headers for grocery shopping. And the way I do this is to have sections of the grocery store, and yes, I list them in order of the aisle. That's what you can do when you go to the same grocery store all the time. So those are pretty much the sections I use, you know, every week. I know that's what they are, so I can actually put my meal plan in here and then capture my grocery list. When I go to the grocery store, I take this with me, set it on the cart. And that's what I have been doing with the Hobonichi cousin, except now it's too fat. It's too big to carry, it's too heavy. So I'm going to be using this guy through the summer as my little lighter companion. So those are the 2 pages that I want set up before the week actually starts. And then I may flip and use these pages for I don't know what. You know, if I'm listening to a podcast and I want to take some notes, I will use this here. And then, you know, as many pages as I want to use, and then I'll set up the next week. Now, the last thing I want to do before I close out this video is I have these wonderful, I have so many summertime vellums and acetates. And so I actually want to see where I would like to put some of these and what I would like to put here. So I'm going to go through and just go through the collection and pick out some that I want to use. Like, look at that with those colors. It's beautiful. And pop those in through. I'll be tipping them in, and then I will come back for a final flip of what this B6 Stalogy planner looks like with all the tip-ins and everything set up. All right, so final flip through. Sticky notes dashboard on a beautiful hollow page, and then we get right into the planner. I have my year at a glance and my sort of setting the tone for this planner. This is my summer planner, companion planner, so I'm super excited about how you know, this kind of sets the tone. I've got my 4 months that I plan to use this planner, May, June, July, and August. I've got monthly calendars that I'm going to be using as a future log, and I'm really excited about go ahead and plugging in everything that is going on. That way I can start to really focus in on what all needs to get done and what time is available to do it. And then I have a goals page. I did put a tip in here and some notes for the goals page, so I can just capture any, you know, extra notes, extra items, things that are working or not, accomplishments, things like that. I have a shops codes tracker for all the discount codes that I am collecting and need to use, and then an add to planner list for adding to this planner and adding to a future planner. I have a blank page here that I'm going to do a different video on, all about reoccurring tasks and how to use those to maximize your productivity in your planner. And then we get into the month of May. I've got my cover here, you know, surrounded by jellies, and my sticky notes dashboard, and then get right into the monthly brain dump list, which I'm going to be making here, and then a skincare routine with some space to track what's going on with my skin and how I'm responding to some of the products I'm trying out. I've got a project task list for a back porch project that we're doing, and a space to capture any notes. And then I jump into the first week, and I went ahead and put my little surfer girl here. I've got a tip in here, and then I've got the weekly schedule where I'll really get into detail about what needs to get done this week. And then I've got my grocery list all set up. I can plug in my meal plan here and start making my grocery list, and then the rest of the pages are blank, so I can use those however I need to for the week ahead. So that is the setup for my B6 Stalogy for the summer, my summer companion planner. Hey there planners, today I'm super excited to be setting up this gorgeous A5 Moterm ring planner for 2023. This is going to be my at-home, on-the-desk planner. It's going to hold all the long-term plans, a lot of reference information, kind of be the master plan for my personal life. I'm excited to set it up today. I've got tons of supplies. Everything I use will be listed down in the description box below. So go grab your planners and let's get to planning. I am so excited to be setting this up with you today. I am in love with this beautiful cover from Moterm, and I've got all kinds of really fun accessories to use. So I'll have everything listed down in the description box below for you to reference. These actually are some dashboards that I made. They're double-sided dashboards that I made. I have a tutorial all about how I make dashboards, how I make task cards and pocket cards, and how I make all of my inserts in Canva. And I'll have all three of those videos listed down below. So you see me playing around a little bit, trying to get that right aesthetic that I'm looking for. These cards that came from Amazon, these motivational quote cards, are so handy and so adorable. I'm really excited to have those. So I'm just playing around a little bit to get everything set up. And you know, this planner is going to be very much a reference planner and kind of a master planner for the year. It's going to stay on my desk, it's not going to travel anywhere, and it's going to have a ton of reference information. And I'm excited about having this, being able to keep longer term collections and lists and things for the year as a whole. So I love this little insert with the pockets, and I have several things I want to be able to keep handy with this, so that, you know, if I do want to take it with me downstairs versus up in my office, that I've got, you know, the things I want to use to plan right there in it. So these dividers, these clear plastic dividers, are so handy from Amazon, and they actually come with labels, which I found really handy. So the first section of my planner is going to be my inbox section. I absolutely love these transparent sticky notes that I found on Amazon. They are such an affordable option compared to other transparent sticky notes that I have found at planner shops. So in my inbox section, I have all of my getting things done list, like my someday maybe list and my waiting on list, my projects list. I also have my list of reoccurring tasks, which are so important to have in your planner. I have a video all about how to set those up for yourself. I'll have that listed down below. And then I also have my brain dump triggers, which I use for my weekly review. Also another really important process for me in my planning. And I'll have a video about that listed down below too. The next section I'm going to be setting up is my list section. I'm super excited to have this section because I use these a lot, and it's going to be nice to have them in a place where I can reference them in the future. Things like what I want to add to my planner, what I need to buy, my wish list, gift ideas list, you know, just all those lists that can last quite a while. Having those in one place that I can quickly reference and come back to, and pulling information from my day-to-day planner, which I am going to be using a B6 Stalogy this year for my daily planning. Stay tuned for the setup of that. But having the ability to pull from that and put in these longer term lists is going to be so handy. I also have things like to watch list and my skincare inventory, my makeup inventory, so that when I go to make those purchases, that's available to me. This next section I'm setting up is all about my home and family, and I'm going to have a tremendous amount of confidential and private information in here, including passwords, account information, family member bios with things like social security numbers and medical information, all of that stuff I'm going to keep in this section. And that is one of the reasons why I wanted to have a stay-at-home planner, because I do want to have a central repository for this information in a place that I feel like is secure. And there are not a lot of online places that I feel like are secure enough to house all of this information in one spot. I do like to have it on paper, but I don't want to carry it around with me. So that is another reason why when I went through mapping out my planner system needs, having this at-home reference planner was really part of the solution for me. All right, the next section I'm setting up is kind of the calendar section, and you can see I've got this stack of sweaters and cuddle weather. So obviously I will be updating the look and feel of this planner as far as dashboards and acetates and vellums, things like that, as the seasons change. So in this calendar section, I'm going to start out with my future log. I do want to keep a future log in here, and then I also will put some holiday reference information, special days, that kind of stuff in this section. I'm going to set up the section for January for the first month of the year, but I'm not going to do much with that. I will have a January setup video, and I want to spend some time talking to you guys about how I plan to use this planner in conjunction with my B6 Stalogy, which will be my ride or die on the go daily planning tool. So stay tuned for that January setup video. All right, this next section I'm setting up is all about this channel. This is where I'm going to keep video ideas and video scripts and statistics and kind of tracking information, tracking progress, all of that stuff. So I wanted to keep a section in my planner for this. I will tell you, I am also experimenting with Notion for a few things. Notion is sort of a digital productivity tool. Give me a thumbs up or put a comment down below if you use Notion. I would love to hear what you use it for. But I have been experimenting with Notion, and I'm thinking for managing this YouTube channel, that might be a good option. So stay tuned. I do plan to share with you some information about Notion and how I'm using it. I'll do that in early 2023. Okay, I'm setting up a project section as well as a meal section. Those are some of the items that are remaining back here, and just with reference information, again, particularly the project section, I will have quite a bit of reference information, project plans, printables, things like that. So you keep seeing me break out my label maker where I don't have a pre-printed label that says what I wanted to say. So that's what I'm using here. And the final section that I'm going to have in this planner is a health section where I'm actually going to be tracking like cycle tracking and medical appointments, things like that. I wanted a bunch of reference information back here, so I'm keeping that in the back. That's the last section of this planner. And then I'm going to do just a little bit of decorating in the back with some planner cards, making it look sort of, aligned with the cool sweater weather season, and also keeping aligned with this kind of neutral theme that I have going. So with that, my planner is all set up and I'm ready to do a full flip through so you can see kind of the order and all of the materials that I have used. All right, as I'm coming here to the end, I really hope you enjoyed seeing how I set this planner up. I hope you're looking forward to seeing how I use this planner in the new year. If you enjoyed the video, give me a thumbs up to let me know. I hope you'll subscribe to Plannin' Annie for more content like this. All right, so you can see I have gathered all of my supplies. I am going to be setting up this planner today for the last 3 months of the year, which includes all of the fun stuff. You know, fall season, pumpkins, holidays, Thanksgiving, travel, family coming into town, Christmas, and other end of the year holidays. And so I am so excited to be setting this up. But I really wanted to take you along with me setting up this planner for the rest of the year, just starting with a blank slate. Now, I will say I have done one thing. This is a washi dashboard. I absolutely hate setting these up. They're horrible. They're painful to watch too because it's just such a mess. But basically you start with the inner cover of the planner and you start over here in the corner with a piece of washi and you just start laying down washi. And of course you have all these bits of washi, you know, on the outside, and then trim that down. And I really wanted the front cover to reflect the season. So starting over here with fall and then moving into the Christmas colors and, you know, Merry Christmas and all of that, because that's the time span that this planner will cover, 3 months, October, November, December. So I really wanted to do something like that in here, particularly because this is not going to go in a case, obviously. It's a hard cover. It's a B5 size. I'm not going to buy a case for it. So I went ahead and did the washi dashboard. There are a ton of videos here on YouTube about how to do a washi dashboard. If that's something that you're interested in, I'll try to find a couple of my favorites and link them down below. But it's not easy. It does take some patience, and I didn't want to do that on camera because that would take up so much time of the setup video. But other than that, it is blank with sticky notes. It's very blank here, so we're starting from scratch. All right, let me get some supplies together and laid out, and then we will start setting up this baby. All right, so for these first 2 pages, I wanted to do an inbox for sticky notes, and I also wanted to do a year at a glance. This year at a glance, I actually printed on sticker paper. This is from Printables and Inspirations. I have 2 videos that talk all about where I get my free printables. I will have them linked down in the description box below if you are looking for places to get free printables for your planner. But that's where this comes from. So I'm actually just going to stick this right down here. This also I printed. This background image is from Pixabay, which I get a ton of resources from. It's a great place to get copyright-free images, which I think is really important. So I pulled that off there and I just added in a text box that said inbox on there and printed it on sticker paper so I can just peel it right off and stick it down. I'm going to put that here, and then I'm going to use some of my sticky notes. So I have a ton of sticky notes. I'm going to pull some off and put them down here to actually create a dashboard. Now the other thing I thought, and I wish you guys could give me feedback. I had these vellums, so I printed these vellums, and all of these images are off Pixabay. And I just buy vellum sheets and print off the vellum. I really kind of wanted to tip in a vellum here. I absolutely love these acorns. I think it goes well with the color of the planner. I thought about putting that there, but I can't really see through that at all. Then there is the fall leaves. I love the red fall leaves. That gives me a little bit of a view of what's back there. And then I also have these leaves, which will definitely show through the calendar, the future log. So I'm thinking maybe this one is the right one to put here to tip that in. So let me go ahead and start laying that down, and I'll speed it up just so you can see how it goes. Here's what I'll say. When you have a great big sheet like this of sticker paper, I find that you have to be really, really careful when you're laying it down. So I always remove just a tiny bit of sticker paper to begin with and get that started, and then slowly remove the sticker paper. So you want to make sure everything is lined up, because depending on what type of sticker paper you're using, it can be a bit unforgiving. This type of sticker paper. These are just shipping labels. I buy them off Amazon. Again, I'll have everything everything listed down in the description box below, but they are not removable and they are not forgiving if you get a buckle or an air pocket or realize that you put something down crooked and you need to redo it. It is not forgiving at all, and so I have to be really, really careful about laying things down. So that came out really nicely. I like the way that came out. And that just gives me a quick at a glance for the rest of 2021. And I took 2 different year at a glances and kind of cropped and put them together to be able to use in this planner, because I do need a view of 2022, as this a planner is going to last me through December. So I've got October, November, December of this year, and then the first 6 months of 2022, just as a reference. All right, let me put down the inbox and get my sticky notes in place. So there I've got my sticky note dashboard ready to go, and you can see I didn't put down too many. I mean, there's just 3 or 4 of each kind, because that does add a lot of thickness and bulk to the planner, so I don't want to do that yet, but I can always come back in and restock when I see they're getting low. These sticky notes are so awesome, and the different color palettes are a really good price on Amazon, and I have used them through all the seasons because they come in so many different colors. I love the check boxes that come and the lines, and then just the plain format. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, now comes getting in this vellum and tipping it in. So I can already see a couple challenges that are going to happen. Tipping in things into your planner is not the easiest. It takes a little practice and a little patience, but now I'm dealing with a much bigger spine, a much bigger piece of vellum. I'm also dealing with the front cover, so it's kind of an odd page. It's not as easy as, a middle page would be, so that's going to be a little different. So anyway, I'm going to have to kind of take my time and see how I can make this work. Now, I will say the vellum is a little bit crinkly and curly right now. That will totally work itself out as I use the planner. It'll flatten right out, so I'm not that worried about that. All right, so let me get started on this little tricky guy. And I'm using just plain Scotch tape and an old HelloFresh card. So that's what I use to tip in. And I'm starting with really small pieces. I find that to be the most handy, just to start with really small pieces of tape. All right, so that actually worked out really well. And you'll see what I did there is I just started with tiny little pieces. I started in the middle and on the back. And I always put more tape on the back of a tip-in than I do on the front of the tip-in. It just, for whatever reason, that seems to work for me. But I started in the middle, worked my way out, made sure to get right to the edge. And then same thing in the front. I just did 1 piece in the middle and 2 on the edges, and that actually works perfect. I'm really happy with the way that looks, and that is the entrance to this planner. I did have one thing I forgot I wanted to do here. So I got these self-adhesive sticky pockets off of Amazon in this great pack. This is actually one of the larger ones that I haven't really used this size because it's been too big for my A5 and my B6 size planners, but because this is a B5, it's going to work great. And I actually wanted to put it right here on the front because this, obviously I won't have a planner cover with a bunch of pockets, but I do feel like I want a pocket pocket or two to put my super cute fall die cuts in. I've got all these really great fall die cuts, and so I wanted to have something to put some of those in, and also, you know, just business cards or anything, you know, cards, other things like that, coupon codes, things that I pick up. So so I want to put this pocket there, and I also wanted to have just a little decor on it. And this is red vinyl. And I actually made this in the Cricut. This is found in the design space. I thought it was super cute with the apple. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be seeing more apples in my October setup, so stay tuned for that. But I'm just going to place this sticky pocket right here in the front and use that to hold some of these adorable little die cuts and other items. So I'm sure I'll put some more in it as the season gets going, but I'm gonna start just with a couple, and I probably need, I've got some sticky notes that I made. And if you are curious about how to make sticky notes, so I've got all of these. These are just plain white sticky notes that I bought off Amazon. And I used a template and printed out the patterns and the images on them. If you're curious about how to do this, I do have a video all about how to make your own sticky notes, and so I'll have that listed down below. It is so simple, and it is really fun to make your own sticky notes. So I think I might put that behind here because I've got this white and I want to have that fall vinyl show up. So just a couple of things there. I'm sure I'll keep playing with this. And I gotta have my Starbucks lady in there, particularly as it's pumpkin spice season. She, you know, pumpkin spice everything. How about that new apple Starbucks drink? Has anybody tried that? I have, and let me tell you, it's amazing. It's definitely giving pumpkin spice a run for its money. Okay, so that's just cute. I'll keep playing with that and doing different things with that, but this is a great idea if you have a planner that you don't actually have a cover for. Those self-adhesive pockets are really, really handy, and I have found that you can reuse them. So they come up pretty easy, and you might have to add some, you know, like some double-sided sticky tape on the back, but you can reuse those. All right, so first couple of pages done. Time to move on to the next section. All right, for the next couple spreads, I am going to be setting up a future log, and that's going to be actually the next 4 pages is going to be the future log. You can see I've got some watercolors out, and I'm so excited. I am really, really excited about being able to use watercolor in this planner over the next few months, because Scribbles That Matter is known for being really great paper for watercolor. So I'm going to be setting that up. Now, if you know Scribbles That Matter, you know that I skipped a couple pages. There are actually, in the B5 size notebook, there are actually 4 index pages. I am not going to be using an index. I don't think I need it for this planner. But what I am going to do with this is make a Christmas gift list tracker. I really like that this format is already in here, and I think that's going to be perfect for Christmas gift tracking. So I will be doing a video on that as we get closer to the holidays, so stay tuned for that if you need ideas about how to track all those gifts that you're buying at the end of the year. All right, so I'm going to use some watercolor. I actually, when I set up my July, August and September planner, which I'll have that video linked down below. If you remember, on the future log pages, I had these really awesome watercolor stickers, and I really enjoyed the look of that, and I thought, you know what, why use stickers when I can actually watercolor myself? So that's what I'm going to be going for, using some fall colors. I've got my watercolors. I think I might pull out the metallic watercolors that I have as well, because I think that's going to look really good in here. But I'm just going to be playing around with these pages, and I'll speed it up and pop back in when I want to talk about what I'm doing. right, so I finished the watercolor and I've let that dry, and I absolutely love the way it looks. You can see that I faintly drew in a couple days ago just the monthly outlines. So I'm going to go ahead and draw those in, and I'm using some Pigma Micron drawing pens. These are my favorite pens for drawing things like this, and I've got a couple of the smaller sizes. I've also got some stickers that I plan on using. These are clear stickers. They're from a really old Happy Planner kit. But with the months, the monthly titles on them, I'm going to put them down and go ahead and set that up. So let me draw in these calendars. It's been a while since I drew calendar, so let me make sure I get this right. So I have finished these 4 pages all about the future log, and I am so happy with the way they turned out. I love the combination of the watercolors, the stickers for the month headers, and then the little drawn in calendars. I did add drop shadows, kind of coordinating with the colors to each of the calendars. I like drop shadows. I think it makes things pop. And this gives me plenty of room to be able to write in any holidays that month, as well as future activities that I need to consider. You know, this planner begins in October, so therefore I've started the future log in November. November and December will be the only other months in this planner, but then January, February, March, April, and then anything else I'll need to keep track of for when I set up the next planner at the beginning of 2022. Can you believe it? I actually had to piece together, kind of chop up and piece together these stickers to create 2022 because I don't have any 2022 stickers yet. But anyway, I'm really happy with the way these came out. I think they go along with the theme I'm setting up for this planner. I think it matches the planner cover really well, and I love these fall colors, these metallics. I think it looks really good. All right, so next up is just a couple pages in the back of this planner. You know, after I have my future log, when I turn the page, I get right into the months. So I'm going to flip to the back and start setting up some of those pages. All right, so here in the back of the Scribbles That Matter, there is a pen loop, which is really nice, and this great pen that comes with the Scribble That Matter journals. This is a great fine liner. It's just a basic black fine liner, but it's really good. They're some of my favorite pens. And then it's got a big pocket back here. I do have the 2 bookmarks. I will probably end up cutting them out because I don't use them and they often get in my way. So I like to use clips and things like that to mark my place. But then there are 2 pen test pages. I love that these are already set up in the planner for me to use. If I flip back one more page, I'm going to be setting up one of my absolute must-have pages in all of my planners, and that is a grid spacing cheat sheet. I have done a whole video on the grid spacing cheat sheet, all the formulas that I use and how to set that up. So I'm going to leave a link to that down in the description box below in case you're interested. And I would say it's probably one of the must-have hacks in all of my planners that I set up. It makes everything else I do in the planner so much easier. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up, and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. All right, so here's my grid cheat sheet. Very simple, very easy to set up, but so handy. So obviously I count out the boxes across, and in this planner it is 1 to 32, and then I count out the boxes down 1 to 46. I also added above here the count if I was going all the way, if one started here and I was going all the way across 2 pages, it would be 33 to 64. So that tells me kind of all of the space that I have to work with. I mark the middle just because it's a quick reference for the middle. Now, Scribbles That Matter actually use these little dashes, which I don't know that you can see them, but they do have markers on the page for where the middle is. The other step that I take is I go ahead and map out how many dots would it be for the the spacing that I use most frequently. So for example, over here I've done the columns. When I want to divide my page up into columns, 4 columns, 3 columns, and 7 columns, and you can understand why those would be the most popular. 4 columns is, if I'm doing a monthly calendar across the whole page, I would have 4 days on one page, 3 days on the other, and some sort of extra space or notes column, something like that. So I need to know how to break up the pages individually into 4 columns. I've done that 2 ways. I've done 4 columns with no space between the columns. And then I've also done 4 columns with a space between the columns, because sometimes I want that space. So, 4 columns with no space would be 8 blocks. 4 columns with space would be 7 blocks, and then you can see in some cases I have to start one over, so I've marked what that looks like, or there's an extra space on the end. Same thing for 3 columns with no space. When thinking about setting up a weekly layout, either having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, weekend, that would be 3 columns per page, or doing 4 with some extra space on the side. And then I also did 7 columns because if I'm going to put an entire monthly calendar on a single page, I would need to have 7 columns. So that's my horizontal grid sheets, and then I also have vertical grid sheets when I want to do rows across the page. And I just did 2 of these. I did 5 rows with space and then 5 rows with no space, and that's because typically monthly calendars I'm doing 5 weeks, and I assume I have some assumed header space up here when I'm doing that. Now you can tailor this system any way you want it based on how you use your planner. And again, I would point you to that grid spacing cheat sheet video that really breaks down what's the formula for figuring out space and no space. There is a little trick, a little formula there that you can use every time. It makes it really easy to figure it out, even if you don't have a grid spacing cheat sheet. So this is this spread. I have one more spread I'm going to set up today, and that is next planner ideas. So because this planner is going to take me into the end of the year, meaning that I'm going to be setting, when I finish this planner, it'll be time to set up for a brand new year, which is really hard to believe, but I want a lot of space to be able to brain dump ideas, possibly do a mind map. So I'm going to take this whole 2-page spread and turn this into a place to really jot down all my ideas about my next plan. All right, so I kept this spread super simple. I just used some washi tape and a couple of stickers and a functional box, and titled this page My Next Planner because again, I want a lot of space to be able to draw out, map out, brain dump what it is that I want in my next planner for 2022. That completes the setup for this planner. I've got my grid spacing cheat sheet, and then I've set up the front of the planner with my washi dashboard, my pocket for all my little planner goodies. I've got my sticky dashboard in my inbox that I can keep here. I've got my year at a glance with 2021 and 2022. I've got my future log all ready to go and set up, which I am just loving this future log. I love the way it looks. And that is the setup for this new planner. I am super excited to get started with this. I can't wait to set up October. So it is a traveler's notebook, and what that means is there are a set of strings here in the back so that you can add notebooks, traveler's notebooks, to this cover. You can also see it is, standard Moterm has the large pocket in the back. On the front cover, there's a zipper, which would be great because I'm using this as a wallet. This is going to be great for like a change purse. I don't like to carry a lot of change because that adds a lot of weight to what you're carrying in your purse on your shoulder. So I probably will only use this to catch change that I might get, but then empty it out pretty quickly. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 card pockets plus a deeper, larger pocket at the bottom. What I have in here right now are some items that I printed out, all freebies, that I printed out and laminated in my laminator. So this is just a little quote. It's actually 2 cards. I've got this Masha Plans freebie flower pattern that I shrunk down to the size I wanted in the front. And then I've got this Become the Change, and I actually don't even know where this came from, but is so pretty, you know, with the butterfly changing. And so I just thought that was really cute. I really liked the pink and black combination. I've got this little teardrop rose gold clip that I'm holding it together, and I've got a couple of more of those rose gold clips here because I do use these quite frequently, and I like to have kind of a selection with me. I've got an If Found card. I won't pull this out because it has my name and address here, but this was a freebie. There's lots of freebies. I'll try to have some link down below for If Found cards. This is just a little pattern. I really liked this pattern. I think I got this from Pixabay, actually. Just a free pattern, and there's nothing really on the back. It's just a pattern. I really liked the way that looked in there. I do have an In Case of Emergency card, which I will not pull out. Again, that was a freebie, but it's got like my husband, my children, their contact information, phone numbers, stuff like that. And then again, that flower pattern repeated down here at the bottom in a little bit larger size, just stuck here in the front pocket for decor. So that is my front pocket. I also have this big leaf pocket, which I'm not really sure how I'll use, but I feel like receipts, you know, flyers, things like that, that I need to hold on to, coupon codes, things that I pick up while I'm out, that would be a great place to store those. I have 2 traveler's notebooks in here, plus a clear sleeve that I'll talk about a little bit more when I get there. But I wanted to talk about what I have in these 2 traveler's notebooks. I have decorated these traveler's notebooks. These notebooks actually come in a pack of 3 that I got off Amazon, and they come like this with the craft paper and different insides. You can get dot grid, you can get lined, you can get blank, lots of options for what's on the inside. Some of them even have like pre-printed calendars, all of that stuff. I didn't need all that, so I just bought the blank ones. I do recommend, if you're going to buy traveler's notebooks, look for the ones that are sewn versus stapled. They are a lot more sturdy and they open up better, I find, and they're really good price on Amazon. So I'll have these, I bought 2 packs so that I would have some extras. I'll have these linked down below. But that's what they come like. I have decorated them. So I actually had this scrapbook paper with this beautiful bow pattern, and I just put the scrapbook paper on the front and on the back, and then used a little bit of washi tape, white grid washi tape, to put around the side, and I just used double-sided tape to clip it on. I put this little sticker here and used my label maker to make a 2022. This is actually, this notebook is dedicated to future log and contacts information, mailing addresses, things like that. So let me get into it. I do have ollie clips holding these closed. It's not that they pop open all the way. I just think it's a little bit neater with having the ollie clips on there to hold them closed. So I keep them on there like that, and that way it's easy to flip back and forth without them popping open when I'm trying to, when I'm out shopping and I'm trying to get to certain spaces. So let me just kind of flip through here and show you what I have in here. So first up, I have a 2022 year at a glance. This is a freebie printable from wonderful.com. I'll have that link down below. Absolutely love the pink labels. I shrunk this down. It comes in a bunch of different sizes, but I shrunk it down to be able to fit in here, and then printed it on sticker paper, which I get off Amazon. And it's just basic, shipping label, 8.5 by 11 size sticker paper. I use that paper to print all of my stickers on. It's really great. Bright white color. It's really great. And then I have a future log. So actually started it in March because I've been working on this in the month of February to put it together. So I started my future log in March. These little adorable stickers, I printed these at home on that sticker paper, but these come from Coffee Monster Co. So if you're not familiar with Coffee Monster Co. And these little characters, they are so adorable. And I am part of the Coffee Monster Co. Facebook group, and in her Facebook group she actually offers all of these for free for the entire year of 2022. You can download the free images and then print it in any size you want to. They would be fantastic for a future log, like in a planner, or like a year at a glance like this. You could do them tiny at a year at a glance, but each month has kind of a theme for that month and the characters doing something in that theme. So for example, March is unicorns and rainbows, things like that. So I just dedicated a 2-page spread every month to the future log for that month. So here's April with the little ducks and the little bunny. It's so adorable. And the reason I did this is because I wanted to have future log information with me as I'm out and about. This is really handy when you are wanting to schedule something like here. I have a haircut at 6 p.m. I know, on that day, I don't want to schedule anything else, or just being aware of what's scheduled when. It's when I'm out and about making appointments, or, at the kids' school, things like that, that I learn about things in the future. So I wanted a place to be able to quickly write that stuff down and see what's on our calendar already. Look how cute October is with the little black kitty cat character, so adorable. And then there's December. And then I have a blank page, and then I have 2023 future log, and have space to write in anything that comes in from there. My next section, and really the rest of the planner, is all about contacts. So I printed these stickers myself. I pulled these images off Pixabay and then just added in the words, and I've got it covered up. But basically every page is 2 letters. So thinking in terms of folks' last name, listing out contacts in alphabetical order, using a page for every 2 letters of the alphabet. So here's how I have it set up. Basically, I have the page divided in 2, and then I have a highlight for the name, and then 3 lines for address, phone number, email, any other contact information that I want to have for that person. I like to have this because a lot of times when I'm not at home is when I learn about changes in contact information, or if I'm meeting someone for the first time and want to, write down their contact information. I just wanted to have this with me at all times, and this is a great place to keep it in the wallet. So I am not going to flip through that section. Because, I don't want you to be reaching out to my friends and family. But then the next section I have is contact information for professionals and services, and things like, my hairstylist, or the company that cleans our gutters, things like that. So I have pages set up, and these are actually blank, so I'll show these. But basically, professionals and services is set up the same way. Pages divided in half, and then highlight at the top, and then 3 lines to be able to put contact information. And then the next section I did set up for medical appointments, times that we actually go to the doctor, as kind of like a medical tracker for the year. And then any notes that I want to jot down for this year about medical visits. So if we get a diagnosis, or, take medication, something like that, I just want to be able to keep that here. I also have this section for home projects and home purchases. So I'm thinking about like big home purchases, if we have to buy a new dishwasher, things like that. I want to keep a record of that in here, and any projects that we're working on. So as I'm out and about, I could be thinking about what I might need for these things. Or, if we've purchased something big, being able to reference that, what brand was it? What is the model number? All of that stuff in this section. And then the final section I have is just blank pages for gift ideas, because I want to be able to track this and keep this in front of me as I'm out and about. I can reference, ideas for gifts. The rest of the pages are blank. I do have some sticky notes stuck back here in case I need them. This was part of my spring planner lineup haul. If you missed that video, I'll have that link down below, but you might want to go check that out. Lots of goodies for spring, for planner, really transitioning your planner to spring. So that's what I have in my first notebook. In my second notebook, I just popped the sticker on here that said blah, blah, blah. This is just a pattern paper. And then I put a couple of stickers. I think these are happy planner stickers. But this is like a whole bunch of lists and trackers that I just want to have with me when I'm out and about. So I'll flip through these. So I have a to buy list here, because I obviously want to keep that handy when I'm out and about. You'll see these are still pretty blank. I have not actually filled all these out. This is still fairly new, so I'm still working to get it all set up. But I have a list of date night ideas, a list of restaurants. Then this next section is coupon codes, which I'm going to cover up because I don't necessarily want to give out coupon codes, but coupon codes that I reference and use. Favorite planner shops, I definitely want to get this filled out. Packing list, so I've got sections. I'm going to fill this out just to keep this with me, but I've got sections designated for, clothing and accessories, toiletries, makeup, beauty, medicine, health, technology, puppy stuff, so when my puppy's going somewhere, entertainment, person carry-on, documents, and then a checklist space for things to do before we actually leave to go on vacation or a trip. So this will just be a really handy reference. And then I have a list of go-to meals and my brain dump triggers, which I will fill out. And then I have houseplant info. So I'm trying to be really good about not killing the houseplants. I have actually added a couple of houseplants to my collection. So I'm trying to keep everybody alive. So just having this as a reference. And then care package ideas. I've talked about this before. My oldest daughter is going to be going off to college this year, and I'm trying to cling to anything that I'm excited about her leaving, and care packages is one of them. So I want to keep a list of care package ideas so that when I'm out and about shopping, if I want to pick up something, I've got that list right there. And then I also want to add in a list of my makeup and skincare products so that when I am shopping for them, I have this with me to reference brand, color, all that information. The rest of this is blank. I haven't decided. Oh, no, I did have my printable sticker collection. So I like to keep an idea of, and it's long, but I like to keep an idea of what stickers I already have. And these are stickers that, like digital stickers that I've purchased that I can print at home. I like to keep a list of these stickers so that when I'm shopping for stickers, if I see something super cute, but I have 8 of those already, I don't need to buy it. So I'm trying to, keep myself accountable to what I already have. But if I have a category like motivational stickers and I only have one set, well, that would be something I should consider buying. So that's kind of my idea there. The rest is blank. I haven't decided what I want to do with the rest. I may just leave it blank for notes. If I need to take notes while I'm out and about, that may be the purpose there. So another ollie clip on this one. And then the back section is really about the wallet. So the way I've got this set up, I've got this on the notebook strings. So you can see the string there, and it's actually 2 clear plastic zipper pouch card pouch inserts for travelers' notebooks. I got these off Amazon. I'll have them linked down below, but they are really perfect for making this a wallet. And I have put the same scrapbook paper here in the front and in the back just to protect the privacy of what's inside, because this is where I'm keeping a lot of the cards. So for example, and I have put purple paper over all this stuff because you know what, guys, not everybody on the internet is nice. And so these are credit cards, health insurance cards, dental insurance cards, gift cards that I've gotten, club membership cards, stuff like that. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, actually 13, 14, 15 slots for that. So plenty of room for all my cards. And I've actually never had a wallet that had room for all of this stuff, which I am so excited to have all of my cards easily displayed. Now you have to imagine it without the purple paper, but just being able to flip through and quickly see all the cards, club membership cards, all of that stuff. Think like Sam's Club card, grocery store cards, gift cards that I've received. To be able to see it all is really great. And 15 slots is plenty for me to keep all of those cards I don't necessarily use every day, because this is where I have the cards that I actually use on a most regular basis. My driver's license, all of those items. So Now you understand why I have the scrapbook paper there, because I do want to keep it a bit private as I'm flipping open. You know, I don't want all my cards to be obvious, but that's how I'm using this section, is just to keep all those cards easily accessible. I also have the zipper pouch here, which I put the paper inside the zipper pouch so that whatever I put on this side, but vaccination cards, which are a little bit larger than normal cards, great place to put those. So anyway, that's all the cards. This is what really makes it a wallet. These items are really, really handy. And if you think about the zipper pouch, this would be a great place to put receipts or anything like that that you need to hold on to. Very, very handy for the purposes of having a wallet. And then in the back, I have 4 card slots where I keep my most used items, and then also a larger card slot down here. And in here, I just have this decorative kind of washi planner, you know, pin stationery type decor. I printed it out. It was a free pattern. I printed it out and then just laminated it and keep it right there for decoration. I do have an Energel Clina, which just happens to be a perfect match for this planner. I have that in the pin loop. Love the pin loop right there. That's really handy to always have that pin ready to go. And then there's a pocket here, which is where I'm keeping cash, which I don't really carry much cash, but I do keep it there. And then there's another pocket back here. So that is my wallet set up for 2022, and I am super excited about it. I'm having so much fun kind of deciding what information do I want to keep, you know, with me all the time. You know, going back to my issue with tips, I really thought about printing out a little tip cheat sheet and putting it right here in the back of this pocket for easy access, because again, I cannot do that math in my head. I don't know, it's not even complicated math. I just can't do it in my head. So I like to have it, and it's easier to have it right there visible in the wallet than to have like an app that I have to pull up and enter information in. Anyway, super simple to set up. I'm in love with this setup. I am so happy with the way it looks, and I'm excited to be using this wallet for 2022. All right, so let's get into the setup. I am so excited. Today's setup is really going to be those initial pages and just kind of initial setup of this B6 Stalogy. I am going to be sharing a January monthly setup, so please make sure you're subscribed for that. And in that setup, I'll go a bit more into the actual planning aspects of this planner, and also a little bit about New Year's stuff like word of the year and goals and things like that. But I wanted to spend time today just getting primed and ready, and kind of those initial pages, a lot of decor, and you see me going through my stack here. So these are items that I either snagged off Pixabay or made in Canva. Lots of very wonderful images in Canva to pull from, and so I just grabbed them and printed them in the size for my B6 Stalogy. I am also using some acetate. I cannot remember where I got this acetate from. I believe it came in a Simply Gilded subscription box a while ago, but I thought just the sparkly, you know, sort of winter look here would be awesome for the first opening page. And I'm using a method called tipping in, where you take tape and you kind of add in the page as though it was a page in the book. I've got a whole video on how to do that if you are not familiar, so I'll have that link down below. Next up is some goodies from Coffee Monsters Co. So this large one that says Planning Makes Me Happy is a free printable available on Coffee Monster Co. Facebook group, and then also available from Coffee Monster Co. Facebook group are these mini calendars. These are offered as images. I actually pulled them all into Canva and made a little year at a glance. I think they are absolutely adorable, and you will see me use them in a few different ways in this planner. I plan on using a little bit larger of each month individually in monthly setup, so stay tuned for that. I've got a free printable here from Planning with Bee that is the 2023 holidays. I absolutely love this. This is also a really good free printable to print on vellum and add into your planner as well, or punch it and put it in a ring planner, however you want to do that. And then I've just got this image of the candle. So this is a quick reference, and what I'll do with this is kind of highlight as the holidays go by. Now this is my sort of winter B6 Stalogy. This Stalogy will not last me all year. I am expecting that I might get 4 months if I'm lucky. Usually more like 3.5 months, something like that in a Stalogy, but this will carry me through probably March or early April timeframe. So I'm adding in a vellum here that says "Let It Snow," and that's why, because it is kind of a winter themed planner, you're going to see a lot of winter items in here. All right, I absolutely love this quote. This makes me laugh and it makes me smile, which is why I wanted it in here. It says, "I wonder if there's a coffee somewhere thinking about me too." And I love that. Winter time and coffee just go hand in hand, and so I thought this was really cute. And what I'm going to do with this page, it is going to be somewhat functional. I use a ton of sticky notes in my Stalogy, and so I wanted to have a place where I know I have a ton of sticky notes that I can come to and grab, and that's what I'm going to do with this blank page on the left. These sticky notes I actually got from Staples a long time ago, like during the back to school season. I don't know about your Staples, but my Staples has a back wall that's always filled with the items on sale that are like rock bottom prices. And I found all of these sticky notes there. I grabbed them knowing that at some point in time I would want to use them. They have these really cute sayings on it, like this one says, "Ooh, write that down." And I feel like that all the time. And so I thought these would be great sticky notes to put in this planner. I love the size of these little tiny ones. These are going to be so adorable. They're going to be so handy. And I'm just putting a few of each of the sticky notes in here now. I will come back and refill them as I use them, but I don't want to bulk up the planner too much with a big stack of sticky notes. So I'm just putting a few of each kind in here. I should probably mention I will have all the supplies that I'm using listed down in the description box below. I'll also have a couple videos that talk about where all my favorite places to get free planner printables are, in case you are looking to grab some free items for your planner in 2023. Okay, for this next section, I am using printables from Hourglass Printables on Etsy. This is one of my absolute favorite shops. I love the fonts, I love the layouts, and I have actually printed monthly calendars, January, February, March, and April, and I'm going to glue them here in the front. I like to have the monthly calendars in the front to use as a future log, and so I will put those here, and then I will use these to populate as we go, and then also populate the weeks and months as I set up portions of the planner. Having some sort of future log capture system when you're using a blank notebook as a planner is so important, because if you are learning about something that's happening a month from now, you don't have the page set up that you can flip to. So that's really important to have. This is an inbox for me. I'm going to just keep that there for items like what I want to add next to my planner or something comes up. All right, here you see me debating about setting up January, but I did decide to hold off and wait. I wanted to wait and do that in a later video so I can really show you all the different items that I'm going to be putting in the month of January. All right, and now I'm going through my collection of vellums. I print my own vellums. I grab quotes and images and make things on Canva, and I'm just kind of going through all my collection of vellums to see what do I want to add for decoration to this planner setup. All right, here is a great lesson about taking your time. So I am whipping through this quickly, and I tipped this vellum in before actually measuring, and ended up having to go back and do some trimming here. But you know, I guess it's a good lesson in we make mistakes and they're easy to fix. So you can see the edge is like sticking way out of the planner. So I'm just going to trim it down. No big deal. No need to rip it apart, throw it away, start over again. Just cut it off, make it work, and keep going. All right, so that is really all I'm going to do for the initial setup. Now I want to go ahead and get my planner in its cover, and I'm using a clear cover. And I want to put the clear cover on to protect it, but as you can see, I am really struggling to get this clear cover inside the Moterm cover. I mean, this was like a real wrestling match. I thought I was going to break the book. It eventually happened. But I wanted the clear cover on because I want to be able to change out what image I have, what cover paper I have inside the clear cover. So right now I'm starting off the year with a stack of sweaters because it's really cute and cozy, but I'm probably going to want to change that in February. So that's the reason why it's important for me to have that clear cover on here and inside the Moterm cover that I'm using. Here I'm just picking out some of my planner task cards and decorative cards. I have a whole video about how to make these for yourself. I make all of my own, and that way I can really customize my planner. So I'll have that video listed down below, but you know, I just like to style it for the season or the month, whatever happens to be going on then, and that's what you see me doing here now. I also found, and I'll have it listed in the description box below, this awesome pack of like quote cards, motivational cards on Amazon. And this was only one pack. There are a lot of options. So if you're looking for some unique cards for your planner, this could be a really good option. I'll have it listed down below. And I think it would be really cool to laminate them because they're like a really thick cardstock, but this is such a neat product from Amazon. Now I am also using them to just kind of give stability to my cards and also give a little bit of background to my cards because they do have really awesome designs on them. And then I'm using some of my favorite paper clips that are rose gold to kind of clip things together. All right, the last item I'm going to add is 1 or 2 of my ollie clips. I do plan on using these smaller ollie clips. This is actually the first time I've had these smaller ollie clips, and I love them. They're going to be perfect for the B6 Stalogy without adding like bulk weight to the Stalogy. So I'm really excited about that. And then I'm going to slip that old hotel key card in there because I like to use it to cut washi. And then I realized my planner isn't really in there straight, so now I'm back to wrestling with this clear cover in this planner. I don't know if this is going to work. I really had a difficult time with this, but I thought it was pretty hilarious. So this is this initial setup. I really hope you enjoyed seeing how I initially set this up. This is the A5, and what's inside this A5 planner is a Hobonichi cousin. A5 full year Hobonichi cousin is what I have in here. So this is not my first run with Hobonichi. I actually kind of played with a Hobonichi cousin last year. I was not using it as my main planner. I was using it as like a memory keeper, a place to create a journal. Actually, I didn't know what I was using it for, quite honestly. I was trying to make it like an auxiliary planner, and I, dabbled with it for a few months, but it ended up really not kind of being a waste. If you know anything about the Hobonichi cousin, it is a heavy-duty planner. So you've got yearly sections, monthly sections, weekly sections, daily section. I mean, it's just like there's a lot going on in the Hobonichi Cousins. So I think trying to use that planner last year as kind of an auxiliary extra supplemental planner, I couldn't figure it out. There were just too many sections, and I had fun playing with it and, enjoyed the experience of learning the paper and stuff, but it just didn't work out. Well, I decided to give it another try. And this year, I am going to try using the Hobonichi Cousin as my everyday carry personal planner. So just not as an auxiliary or supplemental planner, just everything. I still have my work planning and digital planning space, but for non-work stuff, I'm going to give this guy a go. I'll talk a little bit about what's in here and kind of initially how I've set this up. So I've got some decorative cards here in this Moterm cover. These are all things that I printed and laminated myself. I've got an ollie clip here. These are really just decor. This is an old gift card that I put some washi samples on. I've got some Simply Gilded washi here, and also, kind of to use it as a washi cutter. These are just decorative. There's nothing on here. This is just decorative paper, pattern paper. I really liked the black and white theme, kind of like the same theme that I did with my wallet planner. I kind of repeated that here because I really liked it. I do have this task card, which is a no recipes dinner task card, and it's got a list of kind of go-to quick, no recipes required weeknight meals, and I really use those and reference those quite a bit. I've got a planner card here from Planner Press. I love that. I love the florals, so I just keep that here. And then this little girl from Pumpkin Paper Co., which I don't believe her shop is open anymore, which makes me really sad because I absolutely loved these little character stickers, and I'm running out. So if anybody knows where you can find this this girl, this actually, I cut it out of the package, the card that she sent with the package I ordered. So absolutely love her. Okay, and then for the actual planner, I have a A5 clear. I happen to have another set here that I ordered because this was my last one, and I like to keep these on hand. But these are Midori. They come in a pack of, I believe there's 2 in here. Maybe it's just 1. But I get these off Amazon. I'll have them linked down below. But they are really handy for clear covers for any A5 planner. I put scrapbook paper here and some little die cuts on for 2022. And then let me flip over to the back. I don't have anything going on in the back. I just have the planner stuck in, but nothing in the pockets yet. I do have my Unijet Stream multi-pin, which I absolutely love, in the pink that kind of goes with the planner cover. So that's kind of the setup and housing. What I want to do is go through how I think I'm going to be using the sections of this planner. And I have been playing around with this. I've had this for about a month, maybe a little less, and just kind of playing around, back planning, playing around with the different layouts, trying to figure out how I'm going to use things. And so I'll show you how I've been playing around with it and talk about what I think I'm going to do. And then of course, I'll share, future plan with me as I kind of nail that down. So in the front, I do have this planner card stuck in here. This was a freebie from Coffee Monsters Co., but then I've covered it up with sticky notes because I really use a lot of sticky notes in pre-planning, things like that. So I've got sort of a array of different types of sticky notes, some Simply Gilded, some tabs from Planner Press. I've just got a different sticky notes to grab and go. A couple of stickers just on the cover page, and then right into the planner. So I did end up printing these myself. This is actually a freebie year at a glance from Wonderful. I'm using this as a cycle tracker, so this is just for reference, and then I've got 2023 here to take any notes or pop any sticky notes that I want to about next year. I did go ahead and put some stickers that I printed and created just with the name of the month, and then some flowers down here because I don't really intend to use that section. I am using this as an index. I've seen some great videos about how people are using this section of the Hobonichi for habit tracking and things like that. I've never been really good at tracking habits. I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. I tend to not follow through on habit tracking, so I didn't want to use that. I am using it like an index for how I use the daily pages. If there's something I put on the daily pages and I want to come back and reference. Now, I haven't been using this planner on a daily basis. This was all just me playing around and filling up the daily pages over the course of a month with different things that I might want to reference. So I went ahead and plugged those in here. I am using tabs, and I use my label maker to put names on the tabs. So like this says index, this one says year, month, week, today, task, things like that. So the next section, I actually completely covered up the page and used the freebies from Coffee Monster Co. with the yearly calendars. I actually made this future log on sticker paper and then printed it out. I just made it in Word, Microsoft Word, and printed it out. And I went ahead and plugged in all the future events. This is a great place for me to keep, a look at future events. And I do have the tab here that says year. All right, and then here's a monthly calendar. So this was January, and this was the struggle that I think a lot of people have when they are just learning to use Hobonichi Cousin and really thinking about monthly, weekly, daily, how do you want to use it and how do you want to capture. For monthly, I just plugged in the weather. I am super into tracking the weather. I always have been. I like to look back at it. I had a grandfather that did that and had years worth of calendars with highs and low temperature and what the weather was. And I don't know, it's nostalgic for me. So I like to do that. And so that's what I've done here. I've just used the monthly calendar for weather. And also I did put in just like holidays, any big holidays, MLK Day, New Year's Day, stuff like that in the top box. I shaded the top box, added some washi, and the title of the month. I really think I'm going to keep the monthly spread very simple like this. The only thing I've thought about possibly adding in addition to the weather is maybe meal planning, because I do like to look at meal planning on a monthly basis. So that's kind of my plan for monthlies. I want to keep this very simple. Let me flip over to the week. So I flipped over to a weekly. I did go ahead and put a sticker kit down. This is a week in March. This is the week of the 14th through the 20th. I did go ahead and put a sticker kit down for a couple of weeks in March, and I just wanted to kind of show you how I think I'm going to be using this. So I do have the date covers. This sticker kit actually comes from Paper Crown Planner, and it's called Pinch Proof. It's actually a freebie sticker kit, one that she has retired and made available to the members of her Facebook group. So if you're looking for a really awesome St. Patrick's Day sticker kit, definitely go check out Paper Crown Planner on online, and then also her Facebook group for some freebies. But so I've got that kit down. The washi is beautiful. Kind of put washi at the top, and then in the sidebar I've got a decorative sticker, and I do have a Monday through Sunday sticker here where I think I'm going to put the meal plan, because I do like to have a view, even though I'm thinking about putting that on the monthly calendar because I like to plan it monthly. I do like to see it when I am planning out the week, because what I cook on a certain night may have something to do with what's going on that day. Like if there's a game, one of my daughters has an athletics event or something going on, I just need to think about that as I'm planning, or I know I'm going to be working late, stuff like that. So I'm not really thinking I'm going to use the time bars so much, but I do have sectioned off the bottom for to-dos, because there are to-dos that I am tracking or going to want to track through the week. And so I wanted to section off this bottom part for to-dos. So this is kind of the layout. And then I just sprinkled decor, you know, around different things. And, you know, I'm going to try this out. I don't know if this is going to work. You know, I'm just kind of playing around at this point. So more to come on this, but this is how I'm thinking I'm going to use the weeklies. All right, and now I've flipped over to March and in the dailies. And you'll see I have a grocery list here. And I should say that for the dailies, I don't think I'm going to use the dailies for daily planning every day, because I don't need a very detailed daily plan every day. When I'm working, most of my day is about planning for work. And so all of that planning will be still maintained in my digital planner for work. So I don't necessarily need every day for a huge breakdown of daily planning. I also don't want to journal every day. I do journal, you know, many days. I also have my faith planner where I do a lot of prayer writing, things like that, journaling in there. So I don't necessarily need a page every day to journal. So I think in some cases I'm going to, you know, kind of be utilizing the date on the daily pages. In some cases I'm not. I'm just going to make a list or scribble down notes or, you know, write content ideas or just whatever I want to use that daily page for. But in some cases, I may actually be planning on that day. So I wanted to show you just kind of how I set up the beginning of March and kind of my intentions for how I'm going to use the daily pages. This first thing is the freebie from Sterling Ink, the calendar. I absolutely love this. I printed it on vellum and tipped it in. I do have a video showing how I tip things in. I'll leave that down in the description box below in case anyone is interested. On the cover page, the blank cover page that is on each month, I have a master task list, and then I just use sticky notes because these may change out, and if I complete everything on the sticky note or I get it scheduled somewhere else in the weeklies, then I will get rid of that sticky note. But just kind of threw down some sticky notes and, you know, kind of have a brain dump type area here. I also went ahead and captured, there are certain tombos I want to use for the month of March, kind of my color scheme. And so I went ahead and put those here and wrote down, you know, the numbers of the tombos. So got a little bit of washi at the top, but that's kind of like a dashboard for the month of March. I did go ahead and set up space for my March goals, and I've got my 3 goals: mindfulness, college bound, and personal brand. I've got those here for me to talk about that. I set up an income and expenses tracker because that is part of my one of my goals is to make sure I'm doing that every month. So I've got, you know, place to capture any income, place to capture any expenses totals, you know, for each, and then what is the net. So that's kind of finance. And then the next spread is my content calendar. The next 2 pages are my content calendar. And so I went ahead and set that up, which takes me to the 5th. And then, you know, I'm just going to see how it goes. I don't really have a plan for the daily pages or know exactly how I'm going to use them. Some of them are going to be dated, you know, based on the date. Some of them are not. I'll just treat them like notes pages. So that is a look at my new kind of back to paper, back to Hobonichi, you know, updated planning system. As you all know, this has been my reference planner since late last year, and it is great. I love the size, you know, how slim it is, the fact that it fits right in the back of my planner cover where my bullet journal is. However, the problem is, as you can see, this little baby is getting really fat, and it is actually hindering my ability to write in my bullet journal. And I just realized, you know what, there's too much reference information for me to stick in a smaller reference notebook like this. And so I bit the bullet and went ahead and transitioned over to a ring binder for my reference planner system. This is actually from Carpe Diem. It is a planner binder, ring planner binder that I had de-ringed and now have re-ringed, which that's a whole nother story, but it was actually very simple. I just broke out some super glue and it was pretty easy to put back together. Now, as you can see, I don't have any decoration in here. I'm keeping this pretty functional. I have repurposed a bunch of Avery tabs and dividers that came with this Carpe Diem planner. And today I'm just going to walk through what I'm keeping in here because I really have expanded what's in my reference notebook for going forward now that I have more space. Okay, so in the front section of this reference notebook, I keep blank notes paper, all different kinds of notes paper. All of the inserts in here I have punched and then cut so they can easily come in and out without me having to open up the rings. And that's important because rings binders, the more you open and close them, the more wear and tear they get and the easier they are to get misaligned. And so I really wanted to avoid having to open and close the rings at all. And so everything in this planner binder is cut that way. So I've just got some, I'll talk about where all of these items come from, but you can find all of the free printables that I use in a video that I made on my favorite free printables, and I'll have that listed in the description box below. This is from Printables and Inspirations. It's a notes page. This is actually a notes page that I made. I pulled off some images from Pixabay and put them on a blank Word document and then just printed it out in A5 size. Same thing with this. This is from Emily Lay. Great little notes page when you want to kind of capture ideas in sections. It's good for mind mapping. And so you can see I've just got a bunch of different ways to capture notes, ideas, brain dumps, to-do list, things like that, because I can come here and grab a sheet very quickly when I'm working in my reference notebook. I made this to-do list, different form of to-do list, and then project planning, brain dumping, and then great ideas to conquer the world, because occasionally I do have those. So that's the first section, just blank note pages. I certainly have more note pages that I can pull from when I'm using these, but it's great to have quick reference to those. This next section is my planning section. And so I've actually got my future log plugged in here with all of the future dates all the way out to 2022. I went ahead and printed 2022, and so that's in here. This is something that I reference when I'm setting up new months in my bullet journal, so I needed a place to keep this that it could be handy, and I went ahead and went all the way out through 2022. These are, I made these myself just using the calendars and, you know, highlights, and I put it in a Word document and printed it in A5 size. I've got a year of celebrations, so this goes all the way through what happens each month. This is a printable from Cultivate What Matters. I've got my monthly and daily bullet journal set up, my quarterly, monthly, weekly, and daily task, and then I've got my brain dump triggers list. This is a brain dump triggers list that I made, and if you're interested in getting a version of this, this just helps you think of all the things you would want to get out of your head when you're setting up your planner, either during a weekly review or a monthly review, or even sometimes daily. I actually have a copy of this file in the Planning Annie Facebook group that's linked down in the description box below. It's free. I made it myself, so you know, you're more than welcome to use this to get more ideas from. This is a brain dump trigger list from empowerproductivity.com. It has some overlapping items, but then they just ask questions in different ways, so I like to have this here as well. This is a list of some of the places that I get free printables from with their passwords. I have the passwords covered up here. And then I have from Day Designer a thank you note record log, which I think is really handy. A lot of this stuff you'll see in the rest of the planner I haven't really started using yet because I've just recently set this up, and I wanted to film this video before I really got a bunch of personal information in here. Here's a list of anniversary gifts by year. What is the traditional gift, the modern gift, the flower, and the gem? I don't even know where. I think this came from Pinterest, but I love this. This is a great reference. 30-day emergency supply list. This is from Home Storage Solutions 101, and this is a really great reference. All About Planners has a lot of great free printables. So 50 reminders to add to your planner. 86 list for the planner is obsessed. I love list of list. That's how you know you're a type A. This comes from Day Designer. And then I've got some templates. So a wish list for myself, 2 pages for that, some planner inventory, my favorite planner shops, and then a planner wish list. So that is that section. This is really the functional planning section. This next section is all about food. So I have a master grocery shopping list from Day Designer. I've got recipes to try. This template comes from All About the House. It was a free printable. These are go-to meals that do not require a recipe. So if I need something quick, this is from Emily Lay. And then I made this template. I will fill this out with where are the places that we order food regularly and what is the food we like. So we tend to always lose the menus. And so I like to have that reference here. I've got some kitchen staples from Scattered Squirrel, kitchen measurements, just a cheat sheet here. This is an interesting template for a cooking plan. This comes from Scattered Squirrel, and it's great. I can see myself using this for like holidays when I have guests. Go ahead and putting a cooking plan together. I took this and turned it into, this is from Organized Home. I turned it into a spice inventory. It was originally listed as a pantry inventory, but I just put this label on there. I do want to create a spice inventory because it's not something you buy all the time, but it is good to keep up with what you have. Dinner ideas broken into categories: Italian, Mexican, crock pot, casseroles, quick meals, Sunday favorites, things like that. And then I have a section of seasonal foods by month. And what's in season, fruits and vegetables. So that's really handy to reference when we want to try to eat seasonal foods. So that's meal planning, meals, that whole section. This next section is important information about the house, key contacts, things like that, home maintenance, task list, account information. These are really good templates. Important contacts, a lot of this comes from Scattered Squirrel. I've actually started filling out some of this and just covered it up. Home and family contacts, so what are our service providers and information about them. And then I've also got some password keepers in here, and I won't go through that because I have started using some of that. So password keepers, and I've got vehicle information in here. So each of our vehicles with driver's license numbers, insurance information, VIN numbers, all of that stuff is in here. A tracker for home and family task. And then another password tracker that I just have not transferred the information into the new template yet. So that is that section. All right, this next section is all about family members, and I start with my puppy. I haven't updated this information yet, but this is great for like vet, emergency vet, pet insurance, microchip, border kennel, all of that stuff. I've got mom's back to school checklist, which I thought was a really cool checklist that comes from Scattered Squirrel. And then just back to school information, supplies that we have to get, date night bucket list. And then I've got some information covered up here. This is school information for my daughter's school, a printout that they give, and then I've got my all about family member sections. And so these are pages devoted to each of my family members and myself that covers social security number, email address, phone number, primary doctors, eye doctors, all of that stuff for each family member. I've even got information on the backside like clothing sizes, favorite foods, foods they don't like, hobbies, major interest, all of that stuff. I've even got my daughter's school schedules plugged in here so that I can quickly see what classes they have and at what time in case I'm scheduling a doctor's appointment and I want to avoid overlap with a specific class. The next section is really going to be all about me. And so I've got 50 practices for living a well-designed life. This is from Day Designer. This is from Emily Lay, kind of talking about what is the good life, books to read, movies to watch, core elements worksheet. This is really cool. This is from Day Designer. I haven't done this yet, but it talks about your passion, your values, your strengths. And then intentional living worksheet. My legacy, this comes from Cultivate What Matters. If you are a PowerSheets user, you have access to that. Scattered Squirrel, these are all about habits. Daily Rhythms from PowerSheets. A fun list from PowerSheets, and then more from Scattered Squirrel. This is what do you want to focus on? Why are you choosing this? It's sort of goal setting templates, and then 31 days to reclaim your life. So I love these kind of things. I've got another wish list here, a reading list, and then some routines, skincare, and makeup inventory, which I can come in here and add to it. This next section is about spending, and you'll see there's not a lot in here because most of the spending and expense tracking we do in another format in our house. My husband handles most of that online. He's got templates and spreadsheets and things like that he uses, but I do like to keep some things in here like online shopping records and spending trackers, particularly when we're doing a no spend, which we just recently did, spending log and debt payment calculators, things like that. So just a little bit of information in there, but you could certainly expand it. There are lots of free printables available for that. All right, this next section is all about health and wellness. And so I started with striking a balance. This is from Emily Lay. I love this. Hard work versus rest, writing versus reading, labor versus sleep, and just a great reminder to ground yourself in how to make that balance happen in your life. I've got a cycle tracker here. I've got a place to capture medical insurance information for medical, vision, and dental. I've got upcoming medical appointments and kind of questions to ask, notes from the visits, any tests and test results, and follow-up items. This is something I will use as we're getting ready for a doctor's appointment. So for example, my annual physical, I will come in here and kind of prep with making sure as I think of things that I want to talk to my doctor about or my kids' doctors about, that I am prepping for that and have that ready to go. I actually made this in a Word template. It's very easy to set up. So I've got several of those in here. Medicine tracker, who's taking what medicine, what for, what are the doses, and what are the dates. I've got a place to capture my annual detox. I try to do a food detox about once a year, and I do follow a process for that, so I want to come in here and kind of capture that process. And then as part of my PowerSheets goals, I did have a goal to come up with a healthy habits list for emotional, physical, and mental. So I've captured that here so I can always come back and reference it. I love this printable from Day Designer, favorite ways to treat yourself, recharge yourself. So some ideas there to pull from, self-care habits from Day Designer, and then self-care habits from Cultivate What Matters. And then I've just got a lot of medical themed note pages. And so these are great to have, coming out of a doctor's office or just to take notes on anything. All right, this last section is all about travel. I've got a travel bucket list. I've got a printable for the places I've been, and then actually being able to color in all the states I've been to. I've got my ultimate packing list, which again, this is another one that if you are interested in getting the ultimate packing list, which really does have everything you should ever need to pack. This is like the list you use if you're going away for 2 years somewhere. But it is handy to have everything, and then you can pick and choose what applies. But this is something I make available on the Planning Annie Facebook group if you want to come get a copy of that, and you can tailor it to your own needs. Here's another packing list from Day Designer, a vacation planner, places to go and see, travel planning from All About Planners, and that brings us to the end of the reference binder. So you can see there's a ton of stuff in here, way more than I had included in my original version of my reference planner, but I think this is going to be great. Now, this is not something that would go anywhere. This stays at home on my desk, ready to use and to reference as I need information. So I thought I would start out just by going through the supplies that I have gathered to set up a brand new B6 Stalogy bullet journal. And then I will get started and speed it up and kind of talk you through as I'm going. Otherwise, I think this will be a very long video. It's probably going to stretch over a few different days. And so as I have time, I'll come back and work on it, but I do want to just hit the supplies that I have quickly. So let's start with the journal. It is a B6 Stalogy 365. I have already numbered the pages. That's really important to me. I like to have the pages numbered. And I've also gone through and just kind of put a few sticky notes for setup about things I want in the front and the back. So that's pretty much what I have done so far. B6 Stalogy, this is a new size for me. I've always been an A5 girl. You guys know that if you've watched my videos. But this size is really intriguing, and I have very much enjoyed the B6 size ring planner that I've been using from Printpressions. I'll leave some videos down below if you want to go check those out. So I thought it would be fun for One Book July to explore this size and really see, is this a size that will work for me? I can tell you right away, one of the things I really like about it is that the grid on the page is larger than in the A5. So that already is a bonus. All right, so that's the book. I've got a whole bunch of washi here, and all of this is Simply Gilded. I have talked a lot recently about my love for the Simply Gilded subscription box, and so I have just gathered a bunch of washi. You can see a theme here. I've got some mermaids and some tropical, and that's kind of I figured July is a great time to tap into that that mermaid theme. So got a bunch of washis, beautiful, from Simply Gilded. I also have these page flags that go right along with the theme there. I've got some paper, so I'm not sure that I will use all of these or which of these I will use, but I have them available if I would like to use them. And then I also have some vellums available. Same thing, I've trimmed them down to B6 size, and this is just from my stash, kind of shopping my stash. So I've got a lot of those available if I want to use them. I have some acetate. Some of these, this hollow foiling, or I'm sorry, this holographic vinyl is actually Cricut holographic vinyl, and I used my Cricut to make a few things. 2021, Flow, my word of the year, and then just this mermaid that I then laminated to make it for a tip-in if I want to use that. And then I've got some acetates here that I will consider using as well. So that's kind of all the guts. I also have a couple of tip-ins that I am going to consider using in the planner. So, you know, I debated a bit about, do I want to set this book up just for 1 month, or do I want to set this book up as though I were setting up a brand new bullet journal that I intend to use, you know, for the future? And I actually decided to go ahead and set it up like I was going to use it, you know, month over month, because I do have some travel coming up, and I think trying to carry multiple planners in my planning system while, you know, traveling overseas might not be the most convenient or the easiest way to travel. So if I love it, I'll stick with it. If after the month of July I really want to go back to my you know, multiple planner system, I will do that. But go ahead and setting it up as though I am going to continuously use it with all those, you know, beginning bullet journal pages and back pages and reference pages, things like that, gives me the flexibility to hop back into the system anytime in 2021 that I just want to go back to a single bullet journal. So I'm actually going to be setting it up like you know, a brand new bullet journal that I intend to use. So that's why you'll see some of the tip-in pages printed that I have. Outside of that, I have just my little bucket of Avery tabs here that I will pull from and use as I need to. I've got some additional page flags here, and I've got some stickers, some vellum sticky notes. I've got a bunch of adhesives to choose from because you never know what type of adhesive you're going to need, and, you know, just scissors and other pins, other tools. So I'll try to list everything down in the description box below, but I have pulled together a lot of supplies for this because I'm not quite sure what I'm going to be needing. So at this point, I am going to go ahead and get started and speed this up, and I will do a little voiceover to talk you through my progress. All right, let's go. So for these first two classic gray Stalogy pages, I wasn't quite sure what to do. I considered doing a washi dashboard with all these amazing washies that I had, but I quickly decided that I did not want to go that route because I practiced and it just didn't come out the way I wanted. So I actually ended up using some really nice cardstock, not too thick, and I just used double-sided tape and stuck it down. I'm using these vinyl decals that I actually made with some awesome holographic vinyl I found on sale. The brand is Cricut, and I used my Cricut to make them. This is the first time I've made these, and I quickly see that I will be addicted to doing these. They were so much fun. Now, they are a little tricky to weed out all the excess pieces and make sure you get them stuck down to the transfer paper. You can see I'm really working to get them stuck down so nothing rips and everything comes up like it should. So it's a little fussy, but I absolutely love the way they look, especially this one, which is my word of the year, flow, and you'll see that come up later in my setup as well. But I absolutely love the way these came out. I'm really happy with the way this looks because not only does it go with the theme that I'm using for setup, but I also think if I end up using this bullet journal beyond just the July timeframe, this paper and this cover are going to go with different seasons and different decorations. So really happy about the way this looks. So I'm getting into my first page into the Stalogy, and I am going to be just using some decorative paper and a vellum printable. I printed it myself, but it actually came as a free printable that I downloaded, and I cannot remember. I have searched everywhere trying to remember where I got this. It's a quote that actually comes from the movie Miracle on 34th Street. And while that's very Christmassy, I really like the quote itself, and I think it goes well with kind of my setup theme. The quote is, "Faith is believing when common sense tells you not to." So I think it's appropriate quote for a mermaid themed setup, but also I really like the quote, and to me it's a bit biblical. Faith is believing, not seeing or hearing. So I like this as the intro, and I'm adding in a couple of stickers I had. I don't even remember when I got this set. It may have been last year when I did a bullet journal mermaid theme before. And I really like the way they go with this theme. So it's fun to shop your stash, and I did a lot of that for this setup. I did get a couple of things, but I really dug into all my supplies and tried to use them up for this one book July setup. So first couple of pages down, time to move on to the next page. So this is a year at a glance, and actually I did the last 6 months of 2021 and the first 6 months of 2022. It's a free printable from wonderful.com, and I'll have that linked down below. I had a little bit of trouble getting it on straight because I actually printed it on sticker paper. It's a great little trick to get things to stick down, rather than tipping them in. To print them on sticker paper if you can get them in straight, which I had trouble with this one. Then now I'm adding in a vellum, which I printed. It's an image that came off of Pixabay. Great place to get copyright-free images. It's just kind of like a water splash type image, and I'm actually putting my word of the year behind it. So, and it's the definition of my word of the year. My word of the year this year for 2021 was flow. And the definition I chose is flow as a noun, the action or fact of moving along in a steady, continuous stream from source to destination. And, I chose that word through the process that I use, a lot of prayer and thought, but it just really seemed to fit the 2021 and, coming out of 2020, what I needed in 2021. So now I'm putting in my inbox. So I made this inbox by printing the word inbox with a line on a piece of vellum and then running it through my laminator with the size 3 lamination pouches. So it's not too thick, and it's really perfect to be a sticky note dashboard, which is what I intend to make it. Now you can see that I've already tipped it in on the back side with some clear tape, but I wanted to add just a little bit of decoration. and bring in that mermaid color and theme into this page as well. So I'm picking one of the washi's and just running it down the spine and using my card just to kind of press it into the bend of the page so it works easily and you know, the page is able to bend. I like having the vellum laminated as a dashboard, and I love to use sticky notes as part. They are a major part of my planning process. I pre-plan with them. I capture, you know, incoming items. It's just a quick place to jot a note, and you know, when you don't have time to deal with it but you don't want to lose it. So that's how I intend to use this. Now I'm pulled out these packs, these really awesome packs. They're color palette stickies, and I got them off Amazon. They come in all different colors. I have several, but I don't have anywhere near all of them. There's a whole bunch to choose from, different sizes, different colors, some with lines, some with grids, some with dots. They're really handy, and so I'm putting just a few, like 2 or 3 of several different colors down, and then I'll keep refilling them as I use them. I'm also putting in some of these page flags from Simply Gilded. The color scheme was amazing, really went with my theme. So added in that, and now I'm moving on to Future Log. So Future Log is one of the most critical aspects of setting up a bullet journal, in my opinion. I don't know how you successfully keep a bullet journal without a Future Log. I'm using a year-at-a-glance printable that I put on sticker paper from wonderful.com. Oh, I'm sorry, from lovelyplanner.com, and I'll have that link down below. Lovely Planner actually has a bunch of different formats and different fonts to pick from, so it's a really great free printable. I'm also using stickers from a Happy Planner sticker book called Year to Shine, and I just found the colors really, really complementary to the mermaid theme, and I'll use this sticker book quite a bit through the rest of this setup. But basically, I'm putting 2 months per page and leaving plenty of space for, you know, writing out upcoming events. I'm planning to definitely use this book in the month of July, but if I am going to use it any more than that, I would definitely need a full future log. So I went ahead and set up a future log for the rest of 2021 and then left myself some space to go out even further if I need to, kind of undated items and 2022 items as I learn about them. I just used a little bit of the mermaid washi to separate out the pages, and I put these awesome watercolor stickers, brushstroke stickers down to mark the different months and where they're sitting. Actually, it would be a great idea to actually physically watercolor on the Stalogy pages. Stalogy, I have found, does really well with watercolor, so that would be another option if you didn't have the stickers to work with. I've got a much more detailed video for beginner bullet journalers. If you are interested in learning more about the future log and how to set it up and how to use it, I'll have that link down below so that you can take a look at it. But it is a really important part of setting up a bullet journal, particularly because a bullet journal is really just a blank page. So now I am using some of this awesome mermaid vellum. I picked this up at Hobby Lobby, and I'm tipping it in. You'll see me tip in a lot of things through this video and setup. If you're interested in learning more about how to do that, it can be a little tricky, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. I'll link a video that I made, but I'll also say if you just search on YouTube how to tip in, there are some really great videos by other YouTubers as well. I wouldn't call myself an expert or even the best. All right, for this next section, it's going to be all about goals. I goal plan in my Cultivate What Matters Goal Planning Power Sheets book for 2021, and I have an entire playlist all about goals. So I will leave that link down below. But I do want to capture a space in this bullet journal for bringing over the final product of my goal planning sessions that I do on a monthly basis. And particularly, I want to capture my annual goals as well as getting that quarterly view of the goals that are upcoming. And this is because if I'm traveling somewhere or I'm going somewhere, I may not necessarily have my entire power sheets set with me. I may just bring this bullet journal. And so it will be really handy just to have the goals with me and be able to look back on, you know, what is it that I'm supposed to be accomplishing this quarter and how does that tie into my months? So when I'm setting up the months, I can actually flip to this section and see, are there additional ideas, or, brainstorm on them as I'm out and about. And so I really liked setting up this goal planning section. This one page is for July through September, and then the second page is for October through December. And so just capturing the quarterly overview of the goals, and I will not do the goal setting in this book, but just capture the results out of my power sheets. Adding in a couple of little creatures from the sea from my sticker kit to bring in that theme, and I really like the way those pages turned out. All right, for this next section, I'm going to be setting up just a few lists that I want to keep in my bullet journal, but aren't tied to a specific month. So these would be like overarching lists. You can put a ton of lists in your bullet journal, and I have done that in the past, but for this one, I'm just going to use a couple of lists. This first list is going to be a wish list, and I really like to do this about middle of the year, start really paying attention to my own wish list, because honestly, we're not that far from Christmas, which is crazy to think about, but true. And I always get asked, from family and friends, what I might want for the holidays, and I can never think of anything. So I thought I would just set up a list and start keeping track of, what I might want. I'm using a Tombow here to differentiate between lines and rows. It's 2 columns that I made. The other list that I'm making here is a gift ideas list for the same reason. Holidays are not that far away, and I just want to start keeping track of, family members and loved ones, what they might want for the holidays that are coming up quickly. This next list comes from the Getting Things Done productivity methods, and it's called a someday maybe list. And, at first I kind of poo-pooed this list and this idea, but the more I have used it, the more I realize how powerful it is. The ability to just jot something down somewhere where it's safely kept that you can come back to in the future, but you don't actually have to do anything with it right now. Very nice to have. So I have been using that quite a bit and definitely want to include it in this bullet journal. These next 2 lists are ones that I haven't used in a really long time, but I'm excited to start keeping them again. And it's what I'm watching and what I'm reading. It's summertime. I do a bit more reading in the summertime. And so I'm excited to keep these lists again. All right, this next page that I'm setting up is really kind of a separation page from the previous section to the next section. The next section is going to be all about trackers. So I've got a few trackers that I want to keep in this bullet journal that are not tied to a specific month or week. They're kind of overarching trackers. And so I'm setting up a page just to, kind of set apart this section, and then I realized as I was getting ready to set up trackers that, gosh, I really need to set up a couple of my back pages, especially my grid spacing page. So if you are not familiar with a grid spacing page, I recently put out a video for beginners all about the grid spacing page and how it is one of the most important bullet journal hacks ever. And so if you're interested in learning more about what a grid spacing page is and how to set it up and how to use it, I will have that video linked down below in the description box. But basically, it tells me how many boxes there are per page and where the middle is, and really helps me set up things like trackers where I am going to be counting boxes and lines and making sure I have enough places to track, all the things I want to track. This page is my next Bujo page, and I love to keep that when I have ideas about what I want to do in my next bullet journal. I keep them right there. All right, so back to trackers. The first tracker that I'm setting up, I actually got this idea from someone else here in the YouTube world, and I just thought it was such a great idea. So this comes from Vera at Simple Happy Zen is the name of her channel. This is a monthly check-in tracker, and it's a bit more complex and gives more detail than like an annual mood tracker where you would just track your mood in color codes or symbols. This actually goes into detail, giving a rating of 1 to 5 to several areas each month. And the areas that I picked to track were mood, sleep, stress, health, emotional, family, creativity, work, marriage, just a bunch of different areas that I felt like were important to kind of keep track of each month and rate on a scale of 1 to 5. And I think that's really going to help me when I'm setting up my monthly goals and thinking about, what areas do I really need to focus in. I've been doing a lot of work on stress trigger tracking. So stress is one of the areas I'm going to be tracking in the monthly check-in. I just really liked the idea of getting a bit more detailed. And so I've set this up for the next 6 months, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Maybe I will be using this bullet journal each month. I'm not quite sure, but I thought it was good to have in here in case I do end up sticking with this bullet journal. I can come back in and measure these areas. And I really think it'll be good to look back on. It gives a bit more detail than that annual mood tracker, and I think that's going to be really handy. All right, next tracker that I am setting up is a symptoms tracker. So I am very lucky that I'm not sick very often, but I do have seasonal allergies and, I'm just getting older. And so paying attention to symptoms that I'm having, and I'm just capturing date, symptom, and any notes. That way I can kind of track and look back and see, when do seasonal allergies start? That's always important to know. And, are there any other tracking items that I get from my monthly check-in that may relate to symptoms that I'm having? So I think these two are good side-by-side together trackers. All right, the next tracker that I'm going to set up is a really funny one. So my husband is big time into golfing, and he has been really focusing on improving his golf game, and even to the point of actually playing in some local tournaments, golf tournaments, which is really fun, and he's very excited about it. And so I noticed that, he always tells us, and we ask when he gets back from golfing what his score was. And I thought, it would be really interesting because he has consistently improved his score over the last few years. And so I thought it would be really interesting to start tracking his golf score. So I'm setting up a tracker for my husband's golf score, just to be able to tell him, show him how much he's improving and how his score is changing. So what I've got here is the date, the course that he played, the score that he achieved, and any notes like how did he feel afterwards? Was there a certain part of his game that he was worried about? Just things that I pick up in conversation with him. So this is a fun little tracker. I'm excited to show him that I've got this in my bullet journal, and that I really am keeping up with how he's doing and how he's improving. All right, so that's all my pages set up for my bullet journal setup. So now I'm going back in and just adding in some tabs to things I know I'm going to want to flip to quite frequently, like my list, my goals section, where the trackers start. I'm just adding in some of those tabs and just making sure that I can find things easily. I'm using tabs on the bottom and tabs on the sides. So I actually have a new planner cover coming that is in a B6 size. It's a B6 folio. I'm excited to share that with you guys, and I hope to do an unboxing video when it arrives. And hopefully the next time you see this, it will be in that planner cover. But that will really help me be able to find things quickly. As I was flipping back through, I realized almost every page had color except this one, so I wanted to add just a little bit of color. I thought about pulling out the watercolors, but I had my Tombows handy, and so I just used the Tombow that I had used in several other sections just to add a bit of color to this water. Not too much. I don't want to cover the whole page, but just give it a little bit of color since it was the only page that was all black and white. Making a couple of changes as I flip through and looking for where I might want to add tip-ins, where I might want to add stickers. I'm really trying to use up my supplies from both the Happy Planner sticker book and all the other stuff I had. So I saw a couple places where it looked like a sticker would be good, or maybe adding a tip-in would be good. These vellum tip-ins are very thin, so they don't add a lot of bulk, but I do like to have them because it helps me focus on one page at a time. and just is, to me, it looks better as I'm flipping through my planner. So I picked up a lot of these vellums at Hobby Lobby. They had a great selection of vellums when I went. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So just finishing touches across all of the planner and finishing my setup. So let's get into it. All right, so with my sticky note ball and my Dr. Pilot grip, I have gone through every page in this planner to kind of think through how I want to use the different sections and pages. And this is where I'm going to share with you, but I'd really like to hear your ideas too. If you are interested in seeing how in the world did I get these pages in this order on this coil and all of that, I will have a video listed down below where I go through the Erin Condren Life Planner haul as well as the uncoiling and decoiling to create my dream planner for the summer. So on this front cover, here's what I'm thinking here. So this is the back of my little cute Hello Kitty summer. I'm so excited about this cover. So on the back, I actually hate the back of this. Why? Why is this barcode here? I really hate that the barcodes are on the back of Erin Condren planners. But what I'm thinking about is I have some sticky pockets that I ordered from Amazon. They just stick right on and they create different size pockets. I have like ones that would be like this full length. I have ones that are a little card size. So I'm thinking of putting some sticky pockets, like 2 sticky pockets on here, so that I can actually use that to put cards in or task list, things like that, into the pockets on this page. That's what I'm thinking about here. I also considered possibly doing some sort of vinyl sticker and covering up. I just don't like the way this barcode looks. I wish it was a sticker that I could peel off. I get that there needs to be a barcode in order to, you know, keep up with the planner, but I wish that it did not was not permanent on here. So I gotta do something about that. Would love to hear your ideas about that in the comments below. All right, and then I have my vellum, the canvas print vellum, which is absolutely gorgeous. And I added in a notes page, which is the grid format notes page behind here. So I get this really beautiful little show through going on here. And you can see, like with this sticky note, how well it's gonna show through. So this is what I'm thinking about here. Like a holographic vinyl that I can cut with my Cricut, and I'm thinking of either saying summer 2023 or my name or some combination of the two, something like that, so that it shows through this vellum and incorporates these colors, because I actually have some holographic vinyl that kind of has this look. I think it'll go really well. It's got a total mermaid vibe going on, and I think that would be really pretty there. So any ideas about what it should say? I also considered like a photo collage or a vision board, but I really think the vinyl, something big and pretty with the vinyl on it would be really nice right there. Okay, on the back of this page, I'm thinking just a collection of moments from this summer, kind of like a memory keeping page, maybe some photos. I also thought about gratitude here. But you know, I kind of think about my planners like memory keepers when they're done. This is the summer of 2023 planner. We've got some really fun things going on in my family this summer. And you know, this will be a place that I could look back on it. All right, this pocket is in the front. I put a pocket in the front and a pocket in the back. So I'm not going to do much with that. This is just going to be a place for this week's sticker kits or, you know, that kind of stuff, important papers I want to keep up with. All right, this page. So I will be using this planner in June, July, and August. That's the months I have in here. But I have this April through December 2023, so it's kind of like a future log and a little bit of the past. And I'm really debating about how to use this. So the ideas I've come up with is I really thought it might be nice to use my little circle stickers. You guys know I've talked about these a ton. I love these stickers. These are on Amazon. They come in this huge pack, and they are transparent. They're sort of like washi tape material, and they are transparent. And I thought about doing, I think they'll be the perfect size. Actually, let's test it out. While I'm sitting here, let me test out one of the stickers to see, because I think they're actually going to be a really good size to sit on top of these numbers. So let me just test it out. Oh yeah, perfect. It fits and I can see the number through. So I could use a color coding and actually have days that I'm going to be off work, some cycle tracking, and also like holidays, birthdays, and special days. And this could be a year at a glance with also a quick view of some things that are going to be happening beyond the lifespan of this planner in case I need to do some forward planning. So that may work. If you guys are interested in these, actually last year, this was on my favorite, these stickers were on my favorites list and in my Amazon store. And it was the #1 item that Planning Annie subscribers purchased last year from my Amazon store. So ridiculously low priced, amazing quality, and huge amount of these. So I will have these listed down in the description box below in case you are interested. Okay, so I would love to hear other ideas about this. I'm thinking I would really like to use those little washi circles, you know, have some forward planning here. I've got this, there's a lot of room down here. There's a lot of room up here. Just give me your ideas on this page. All right, the dreaded 12-box page. I always struggle with this page. Now, I do love the color, so I purposely pulled in the colorful version, and this is actually, I think, the color blends version. I pulled this in on purpose because I love this color combination on this page, but I'm only in this planner for 3 months. I'm not going to use it for, you know, a lot of people, because there's 12 boxes, they go, oh, this is months, you know, January, February, March, April. There's no point in me doing that because I'm only in this planner for 3 months. I mean, I could do some version of goals, but then how do you divide up the 12 boxes? And so here's what I've come up with. If you have ever heard of or are familiar with this movie that my kids watched when they were younger called Judy Moody and the Not Bummer Summer. Okay, my kids loved that, and I totally used that movie and the theme when my kids were younger, and every year I would make them a not bummer summer list. And it's kind of like a bucket list of things you want to do. So like ride a roller coaster, sleep outside, catch lightning bugs, all that stuff, right? I'm thinking about doing an adult version of that. Since this is my summer planner and I'm only going to have this for the summer, I'm thinking about doing some version of Planning Annie's Not Bummer Summer list and kind of check off the things that I want to do. And I'm thinking the summer, 12 boxes, maybe it's 12 weeks, so something every week for 12 weeks. I'm not really sure about exactly the logistics yet, but I'm really zeroing in on some version of an adult Not Bummer Summer list. Let me know what you think about that down in the comments below. Okay, back at this page, not really sure what I'm going to do with this yet, but I think the way this begins my note pages, and I put 10 pages, 10 sheets in here, which means I have 20 notes pages. Now, I don't have ideas for all of them, but I do have some ideas. I almost thought about possibly having like a table of contents here, and I apologize about the light right now. I'm fighting with afternoon sun coming in the windows right here. But I thought about some table of contents because I mean, 20 pages is a lot of notes pages. I don't know though. Maybe it's easy. It's because I'm only in it 3 months. Maybe it'll be easier just to flip to what I want. Anyway, here's what I'm thinking about on the notes page. You guys know how much I love a brain dump triggers list. So I'm definitely going to have one of those in here. My reoccurring task list. I can't have a planner without my reoccurring task list. My weekly review process. I need that for quick reference. So I'd like to do that. I thought about contacts because, like, I'm thinking like doctors, you know, parents, you know, quick contact, school info, stuff like that. Quick contacts that I need when I'm planning. Not all of the contacts, but quick contacts I need when I'm planning. Maybe a sheet on that. I'd like to put my AM and PM routines in here. My AM routine and PM routine kind of change a little bit in the summer, mainly because the days are longer, so there's more light and I can do more things, you know, in the evening versus in the winter when it's dark outside. So just some things change. So maybe capture my AM, PM routines in here. I'd like to start collecting ideas for gifts. There are some birthdays at the end of the year, as well as, you know, the holidays at the end of the year. I can never start too early on Christmas lists and gift lists, so I'm probably going to have a page in that just for immediate family. Packing list. So I've got several packing lists that I am going to be needing over and over again this summer, and that includes like just a generic packing list when we're going on vacation, a volleyball packing list because my daughter is playing volleyball and we are traveling a lot this summer for volleyball. And then also my work packing list when I'm commuting into the office, just have that in here. All right, summer meal ideas. Since this is a summer planner, I like the idea of having a list of kind of go-to summer meals or our favorite summer meals. I need a pen test page. I'd kind of like to have a master grocery list page because sometimes when I'm making the grocery list, I just forget some things, you know, like those like paper towels. They have just not ended up on the list for like three visits now, and we're kind of running low. We're about to run out. Anyway, so I think maybe a master grocery list. Video ideas list, of course, I'm going to need one of those. And I think the last one is volleyball tournament information because there's so much. So I don't know that's a lot. It's a lot of lists, a lot of notes. I don't know that it'll take up the full 20 pages, but I'm okay if there are some pages that are just left blank for future things that I need. So those are the lists I'm thinking about including at this point. I would love to hear from you. What lists do you keep in your planner? What are you keeping in your notes pages? So go grab your planner, flip to the notes section. What notes do you have? I would love to hear those ideas down in the comments below. All right, after the notes section, we jump right into the calendar. I moved some things around, so ignore dates. This is actually the June calendar and weeks from the 2024 part of the planner, but I'm going to use it for 2023. I'm going to redate and stuff like that because I can't wait till July. I'm just not that patient. So ignore the dates in here, but I wanted to talk about how I'm going to use, because I have multiple dashboard pages and I have weeks and dailies, thought I would talk a little bit about how I'm going to use all these. I think this would apply, even if you're not in an Erin Condren, this would apply to any planner where you have dailies and weeklies, just to be thinking about, you know, how would you use the different sections? And that's what I wanted to do. So start with the monthly. The first monthly calendar is going to be my master calendar. I like to have one version of the truth in my planners, and this will become one version of the truth for the summer, where I will keep all the family schedule, appointments, birthdays, holidays, all of that stuff. All right, so that's this calendar. And then I have the back side of the master calendar, which is a notes page. And then I have the dashboard for the next calendar, which I cut off the tab for. It says August. I'm going to cover that up. But the way I'm going to use this is to actually put a sticker of a mini month in here, like a mini monthly calendar for the month, whatever month I'm in. And then this will become my meal planning page. So I'll have that here because I do like to keep my meal plan for the month, you know, being able to see it for the entire month. So that's what this page will become. This page I am thinking of using like an inbox for the month, and have some sticky notes. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually cover this up or I'm just going to put sticky notes on top, but that's how I'm thinking about using this. I'd love your thoughts on how would you make this into some sort of inbox? You guys know I love sticky notes, right? I like this sticky note ball. Oh gosh, I have had so much fun with this thing. I'm using these sticky notes. I'm going to have to buy another one of these from Erin Condren because I'm using them like crazy. Anyway, I love sticky notes. So how can I turn this into a sticky notes dashboard or some sort of inbox? Give me your ideas there. All right, then we get into the second monthly calendar. The second monthly calendar for me is a content calendar. And so being able to track all of my film, edit, posts, schedule, content ideas, batch recording dates, all of that stuff. I'm totally going to be using these lines here as well as the calendar. So And I know it says August, ignore that. It's not going to be August 2024. It's going to be the June 2023. This planner will go June 2023, July, and August. So 3 months of the summer. All right, so that's content calendar. And then on the back of here, I will keep a running, a few things related to content planning and this channel, including an ideas list, events and releases, my stats, tracking, all of that stuff that I need to keep for Planning Annie. Okay, then I have my dashboard page. So this dashboard, I actually have 2 dashboard pages in each month. So this is the first of 2 dashboard pages. And I spent a tremendous amount of time researching and thinking and looking at pictures on Instagram and Pinterest and watching YouTube videos and just in general in Facebook groups and just collecting as many ideas as possible. So I really want to spend some time talking about how do I think I'm going to use this? How do I think I'm going to use the other one? And then I want to hear from you in the comments below. How are you using a dashboard page or a front cover, like the Hobonichi cousin has a monthly cover page? How are you using those pages, those dashboard by the month pages in your planner system? Okay, so I love a monthly brain dump. I think this space is going to be perfect for a monthly brain dump. And I love the size of this for the brain dump because I think this is going to be a really good, so I could do 2 columns. I could even do 3 columns if I had a bunch. If I don't have a bunch, I can just, use the space. I think this is going to be perfect for that. I've got this box with the four dots. Of course, they're so light. I mean, you could really cover them up if you didn't want to use the dots. I'm going to use this for goals for the month. And I'm keeping goals really light this year. I know you guys have not heard from me about goals at all this year, and that's been very intentional. This has been a kind of crazy year for me. I set out to do some really, detailed goal planning and monthly videos, but it's just not been working like that. And so I'm kind of going with the flow and giving myself grace and setting achievable goals each month, and it's working for me right now. So I think I'm going to keep this box dedicated to monthly goals. I love to keep track of TV and movie releases, things that I want to catch, especially movies I want to watch with my family or my husband. So I will use this box for that, things that I want to watch. Down here, I saw this great, if I can find it, I will pop it on the screen. But basically, it was a little hand-drawn in monthly calendar down here. And then using some color coding to track something, like how many days did I exercise? How many days did I spend or not spend? Things like that. So tracking purposes. I thought that looked really cute, and I think it's a really simple way to track something without getting too detailed. And I'm not really great at tracking habits and behaviors, but I think this would be fairly easy. And I want some reason to come back to this page on a regular basis because I've got my monthly brain dump here and my goals to other things that I'm going to want to be looking at here. So I think that's how I'm going to use this. Again, please tell me, how are you using monthly dashboard, monthly notes pages, whatever you have in your planner system? What are kind of those overarching monthly pages, and what are you keeping in those sections? All right. In this planner, I have weekly and daily pages. So I had to do a lot of thinking about what am I going to put in the weekly section versus what am I going to put in the daily section so that I don't have a lot of repeat info. I did buy the hourly format for the weekly, and I have no intention at all of using the hours. I will probably, if I'm going to use like times of day, I would put, things that happen before, midday at the top and things that happen in the afternoon or evening at the bottom. I might do that, but really I just don't I like the vertical I don't like the horizontal planning. I definitely like the vertical, but I don't like the 3 boxes because it's got that really weird heading. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're not familiar with Erin Condren, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But this just is the best format to me. So here's how I plan to use this. Appointments, meetings, important events. Those are going to go in here probably at the top. Just list those out. I also want to use decor. So I love stickers. I love weekly kits. You know, it's part of what keeps me coming back to my planner and using it. And I really enjoy it. It's a creative outlet for me. So I want to use decor and weekly kits on these pages. I also want to do some tracking because there are some things that I am tracking on a daily basis, but I don't want to put that in the daily pages, and I'll talk about why in a minute. The things I track on a daily basis are the weather. I love to track the weather. I have been tracking the weather on a daily basis for years, and I absolutely love that. I want to track food like keeping a food log, which I have been doing in my daily pages currently. I want to continue to do that. Vitamins, medicine, moods, and potentially spending. So that feels like a little bit of a long list. I'll probably cut it down a little bit, but those are the type of things that I want to put in on these pages. Now, let me flip over to the daily pages and I'll talk about how I'm going to use this. So this really is, while I have appointments, meetings, due dates, events, things like that captured here, this is really where I break it down. In the to-do section, I might have, film a video or post a video. In my weekly section here would be, write the script, collect the supplies. This is where I actually break things down to know exactly what I need to do. In the hourly section, I like to capture what happened on my daily pages. Not necessarily what I want to happen, but what happened. How did I actually spend my time? Because I am finding, I've been doing this for a few months now, really capturing how I spent my time, some time tracking, and it's pretty valuable information for me. I can see what routines work best, and I can also see what routines do not work for me. So I would like to continue to do that here in the hourly section. I do want to put my verse of the day in this section. I think this is a great little space for the verse of the day. This is going to go there. I have no idea what I'm going to put up here. I hate this little calendar, so I'm definitely going to look for a way to get rid of it. But I have no idea what I'm going to put in this section. I would love to hear from you, ideas. What should I be putting on the daily pages in this section? Some decor, some sort of tracking, like what should go there? All right. So that's daily pages. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the second dashboard. So between the weeklies and the dailies for the month, I have a second dashboard and a lined notes page. I am going to be putting in my own tab here. I thought about even using an ollie clip to clip between the week and the day that I'm on, so I can easily flip back and forth, but then I want to be able to get to the pages in the middle pretty easy, so probably a movable Avery tab with some label on it, that says week and day or something like that. But then these pages are in the middle. So I want to use these pages as my monthly scripture study. So I have been using Kingdom Bloggers for my monthly scripture study. This year so far, it's been fantastic. I want to continue that. So I will be either printing or writing that verse a day study plan for each month in this section. I want to use these two sections as prayer requests and praises or blessings, just to keep that in front of me. And then down here, I'd like to put in a little bit of art or, sort of a scripture of the month, and then gratitude over here. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about here. I'd love to hear your thoughts. This is much more of a faith and wellness type section, whereas the other dashboard, if you remember, is much more functional, like brain dump and tracking and, goals for the month, stuff like that. This one is more health, wellness, faith-based, thinking like that. So that's what I've come up with so far. Those are all my ideas and sticky notes and, you know, kind of what I'm thinking for each section. I would love to hear from you. Please let me know your thoughts, your ideas. What should I include? If you agree that having an adult version of the Not Bummer Summer list would be awesome, what should I include in my Not Bummer Summer list? What are your ideas for Not Bummer Summer activities for an adult? And I don't really ride roller coasters anymore because they freak me out, so that's going to be off the list. All right, that's all I have for you today. And I know from using the red cover like this in A5 for my Stalogy for the end of 2023, that this baby can really expand. Like this expandable loop here, clasp and closure, is so fantastic. It can handle whatever I can throw at it with bulking up a Stalogy. So I cannot speak highly enough about these Aura Estelle covers. I think I'm a fan for life. This is my new go-to brand when it comes to covers. I've done just a tiny bit in the covers, in the front cover here with the cards. I've got some cards that I made and laminated myself. I have a whole video about how to do that. This came from Pumpkin Paper Co., which is no longer open, but this is the little character from that shop, and I absolutely love this little character. I laminated it because I love her so much. I wish that shop was still open. But I also have a couple of, like this is from Sweet Freckle Designs, and this is from Coffee Monster Co. Just a few things in the pocket. I'm not sure it'll stay like this, but just a few things to begin with. That's really all I've done to the cover. And then I am going to be using an A5 Stalogy, which I have done a few things to the Stalogy so far. So first of all, I put it in a Midori clear cover, which I can get off Amazon. I should say right now, all of the supplies that I can link, I will have linked down below. So if you're interested in checking those out, I'll have as much as I can linked down below. If you see something specific in this setup that you're like, ooh, what is that? Just let me know down in the comments below, and I'll try to provide a link or tell you where I got it from. So this little vinyl sticker is from Virgo and Paper. I kind of am late to the game with Virgo and Paper. I recently discovered them, and I absolutely love Virgo and Paper. I love the designs, so I've got quite a bit of Virgo and Paper items. This is an old journaling card from Simply Gilded. I think it's 2 or 3 years old, and it just says Happy New Year in this really pretty pink rose gold, and then I've got my pink ollie clip there. This is just paper, pattern paper that I used underneath the clear cover, the Midori clear cover. Here on the inside, I did cover up the gray pages with some pattern, a pink pattern that I printed out on sticker paper, and then just cut it down and put the sticker paper down. I do have this I actually made myself. So I got very inspired by seeing this sort of design and pattern in other stickers and other shops, and the little magnetic charms that you can put on your planner. So I didn't want the magnetic charm because I felt like it was too bulky, but I thought, you know what, I can make something that looks like that. And I did. I made this in Canva, just using the different shapes that they have, the different fonts that they have. And so I put it around the outside. Every day I'm plannering. Every day I'm plannering, because it's true. Every day I'm plannering. So anyway, I made that myself. It was really fun to make, and I just love doing that. I love customizing and making things for myself, for my planner. So love that. This is a little vinyl from Coffee Monster Co., and you will see a lot of Sweet Freckle Design, Virgo and Paper, Coffee Monster Co. You'll see a lot of those elements in my setup. Even some Planner Kate is going to be in here. These are tabs, like page markers, that came in a set from Amazon. So I'm keeping them in here. I've got some sticky notes in here, and these sticky notes as well. And these are clear pockets. I don't know if you can see those. These are clear pockets that stick on, and they come in a pack on Amazon in all different sizes. So I'll have those linked down below too. So that's what I've done in the front cover. Beyond that, I haven't done anything. It's just, I did go through and number all the pages. That takes a while. I suggest that you get a coffee or an adult beverage and a favorite show on Netflix and a pen. And just take your time. But I like to have them numbered because sometimes I will reference things, you know, hey, this is continued on page such and such. So I like to do that. So I've numbered all the pages. In the back, I haven't done anything. I did put a grid spacing guide because I find that to be really handy. If you're not familiar with what that is, it's kind of from the bullet journaling world, but in the Stalogy there is grid, and this is the grid numbered. So there's 34 boxes across and there's 46 boxes down, and this is the middle point for each, and you know, it just helps if you're trying to line something up. So that's what's back there, and then that's it. That's really all I've done. Now, in my current Stalogy, which if you want to see what can happen, this is how big it can be. But look at this Aura Estelle cover and how it is just handling it. Like, look at this. I can just keep going. Like, this is it. I've hardly have any pages left. And this is 4 months in this planner, and it is just handling it. So this is what can happen in the Stalogy. But I do have in this planner a sort of a guide for myself about how I want this setup to look. And so I will be referencing this. I'm going to put this over to the side, but I will be referencing this list. It's got sort of, you know, every month needs, annual planner spreads, weekly spreads, notes, you know, things like that. I've got that kind of off to the side. The other thing I have, so I have this huge stack full of stickers and such that I might use. Again, I will have as much as I can linked down below, but I'm not going to go through everything because that would take forever. I've got a bunch of Avery tabs and Post-it tabs that I may use. I might break out my label maker. I've got, you know, quarter rounder. The other thing I have a ton of are inserts, sticker pages that I want to put in, vellums that I have printed myself. This is from one of the printable sticker shops, and I cannot remember the name, but I will try to link it below. And I just printed it out and laminated it. It makes a really cute bookmark. But I have printed some vellums, some acetates myself. Some of these are from, this is from Sweet Freckle Designs. So I've got like lots of different tip-ins for decoration. But then I also have some that I'm going to be putting in. So for like my word of the year, I've got some printables for that. My trigger list and reoccurring task list. I've got the calendars, things like that that I'm going to be putting in as well, that I have already printed out and cut down to size. So that's kind of the stack that I'm working with. Again, I don't want to go through all of that in detail because that would just take forever, and you guys are here for the setup. All right, VoiceOver Annie is here, so we are actually going to start with a year at a glance and some holiday pages as well as some decorative items. I actually made this year at a glance and the 2024 holiday page in Canva, and I wanted to make something very specific to my planner this year. So I went with sort of a floral background that was available in Canva. Actually, most of the things that I'm using today, I pulled from Canva templates or Canva images. So it's a really great resource. If you've not used that before, I'll have Canva listed down below. But I made these in Canva to use in my planner, and I wanted to make them available to any of you who would be interested in using them as well. So you can get this 2024 year at a glance with the pink flower on the screen now, as well as the 2024 holiday list with the pink flower in the background in the Planning Annie Facebook group, which I will have listed down below. This other clear tip-in is an acetate. I had a very difficult time trying to find acetate that I could print myself, and went through a bunch of different brands. And I love acetates. I love the layering effect that they give in your planner. The problem with acetates for me is that they are so expensive from shops, and they're actually a bit hard to find. I have found a lot of UK shops that have them, but I am not willing to deal with the shipping, the price of the shipping from international shops in most cases. So in most cases, I skip out on those. So I really wanted to find a way to DIY acetates for myself, and it was not easy because printing on acetate really requires a laser jet printer, which I don't have. I have an inkjet printer. Laser jet printers are a bit more expensive, a bit larger, and just not something in my budget. So I made two changes. I found this brand of acetate that I'm currently using, which I will have that listed down below, as well as all the supplies I talk about today. But I also switched up my printer and started using a different printer. I will have my printer listed down below as well. I don't know which one of those made the difference, but now I am able to print acetate, and I have also found that my stickers, my printable stickers, are great as well. I had a lot of you ask me about my process for setting up a new planner or setting up a Stalogy, and you'll see a little bit of it here, but the process for setup actually begins long before I start actually putting things down in a blank notebook or in my planner. I like to start with collecting inspiration, watching YouTube videos, watching different, Instagram reels, or looking at photos, looking at Pinterest, just gathering inspiration and ideas, looking at what's trending and, different ways to capture things. I also spend a little bit of time reflecting on what is working and what is not working for me in my current planner system. I keep all of that in list in my planner. And when I get to the point where I feel like I know what I want to use, I begin to make that list ordered that I showed at the beginning of this video. It's off to the side of the screen here. But, in order, every month should include, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in the initial setup, I want these pages in this order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I keep up with a list of things that I need to do, like make my year at a glance, or print out some extra acetates or new acetates, collect images from Canva or from other, free sources, things like that. Once I have that list, I begin collecting the items that I want to use, or making different things, printing out templates, buying, printables, or making printables in Canva, going through my stash and, pulling out the things I want to use. So all of that kind of happens before the actual setup begins. I have a pretty good game plan when I'm coming into it. I did have a video about a month ago where I showed you all just a box of stuff that I was throwing things into for the first of the year. So that is kind of how I start. This spread that I'm setting up right now is one of the spreads I think you absolutely must have if you are going with a blank notebook or something that's not dated, like a bullet journal, something like that. And this is a future log. I've got a couple of spreads that I think are kind of must-haves for planner setup, and this is definitely one of them. If you do not have a place where you are keeping future events consistently, as you learn about them, that you can then populate months as you get to them, that is just really, really key for me. And so I'm using these Virgo on paper mini calendars. They are extremely sticky, and so you can see I'm putting them on the back of my hand to take some of the sticky off, so that I'm not, if I feel like I need to pull it up and reposition it because I'm not putting them down straight, I am able to do that, which putting them on the back of your hand helps a lot with that. They're still very sticky. They're going to do fine. They're just not as sticky as they were before. But this I will use as a future log. This book will only last me, as I said in the beginning, this is only for the first quarter of the year. I prefer it that way. I prefer to really reevaluate my planner system, what I'm using, the tools I'm using, the processes I'm using, my list of reoccurring tasks, all that stuff. I find it's very helpful to be able to step back and reflect on how it's going, what's working for me, what's not, and make updates on a quarterly basis. So I will populate this through the first 3 months of the year and then transfer over anything that I capture in here into the next planner system. I do also use a Google Calendar for future log and future events. That's just really handy when I'm out and about, or also coordinating with family members. So my family members have, the same Google Cal, and we all populate that with our events. So I will reference that as well. I do not worry about having too many places to capture things. I know that, this planner that I'm setting up is my master view, but I can kind of have many buckets to capture things as they come in, and that works great. It also helps me, this spread will help me see the bigger plans across the year, which is very helpful. This spread ends up being 2 pages or 4 pages total, two spreads of 2 pages. And I am using these Virgo and paper stickers, journaling stickers, to kind of decorate the edges, which, speaking of journaling kits, I am such a huge fan of journaling kits. I absolutely love them. I love them from Planner Kate. I love them from Virgo and Paper. I'm really struggling to find them in printable format, like from printable sticker shops. I have not found a lot that look like this, like the ones from Planner Kate and from Virgo and Paper. If you know of any printable sticker shops that are selling journaling kits like this, please let me know. I would love to hear that. I would also love to hear if you are using journaling kits. How are you using them, and where are you getting them from? I find them to be pretty expensive, and I would like to do something a bit more sustainable where I can print it when I want it and resize it to whatever size I want. So I'm looking for a printable option, but I would love to hear from you if you are interested or using journaling kits. So this is my future log spread, and I know this is going to get used quite a bit. I already have things that I want to be setting up in this spread. So the next spread I'm going to be setting up is my 2024 goals overview spread. Isn't this goals list so cute? So this came right out of Canva. It was a template. I didn't even have to do anything to it except move it to A5 size. So it was so perfect. But I am still working on my goals at this point, here at the very early part of December. I am still working on my goals for next year. I'm actually using a new planner, Goal Planner to Me. I have a video about it. I'll have it listed down below. But it is Cheryl Ziegler Creations Goal Planner, which is a small company. It's a very thorough goal planner. I absolutely love the prep work and the process that I'm stepping through, but it is taking me some time. I am really being thoughtful and prayerful about my goals for 2024, and we'll be coming back and adding more into this page. I'm tipping in a vellum here, which hopefully you're able to pick up on how I'm tipping in. I'm taking an old hotel card and folding a piece of tape backwards so the sticky is on the outside, and then pressing that into the spine and kind of smoothing it over the page that I am trying to tip in and the page beside it. So that's tipping in quick form. I have a video where I do show a bit more about how to do that, but I'm tipping in this vellum. I printed out this vellum. I love printable vellums as well. They're a great addition and add some color and some pop and things like that. Right now I'm going through a huge collection of Erin Condren sticky notes, trying to decide if I want to put something back there, but I think I'm just going to come back to that page. Actually, what you saw me do there was accidentally skip 2 pages, which I will come back to in the end when I realized that I had left those 2 pages blank and I already had a way to use them. But what I'm working on now is my word of the year. My word of the year for this year is renew, and I always have a scripture verse to go along with my word of the year. This year my verse is Romans 12:2, which speaks to not conforming to the pattern of this world or the ways of the world, but to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So it's a wonderful verse, and it really supports kind of the spirit behind my word of the year, which is renew. This template also came right out of Canva, this word of the year template, and it has boxes for some sort of areas of life where you can talk about how you want to use your word of the year or how it will apply in the different areas of your life. So really love that idea, and I can't wait to kind of spend some time thinking about it. I will work through the rest of my goals and then come back and fill out these pages for goals and word of the year. Speaking of the year and thinking about the year ahead, I did want to talk to you guys a little bit about what I think are going to be planner trends for 2024, and I would love to get your reaction to these as I talk through them. Leave some comments below. Okay, so first planner trend for 2024, my prediction is the beginning of the year is going to see a lot of ring planners. So you're going to see a lot of Moterm and Gilio, and Vanderspec, some special, some Filofax, a lot of beautiful leather ring covers with probably personal size, up to A5 size, some Pocket Plus, all of those things. I don't know about you, but I watch a lot of planner YouTube, and my feed right now is just overwhelmed with ring planner setups. So I don't know if this is just like an end of the year thing or if this is going to carry over, but I'm betting that it is going to carry over. I also think you're going to see less planner hopping in 2024. Real quick before I get back to trends, let me talk about what pages I have just set up. This is my reoccurring task list and my brain dump trigger list. These are two of the most frequently used pages in my planner. I like to update my reoccurring task list at least once a quarter because things do change. And this is a listing of the things that I repeatedly do on a regular occurrence, and I break it out by what I do annually, what I do quarterly, what I do monthly, what I do weekly or daily. And this helps me set up and prompts me to remember the things I need to capture in my planner when I'm setting it up each month or each week. It's really a handy list to have in your planner. Okay, back to planner trends. Next year we'll see a lot less planner hopping in the planner community than we saw this year. This year, 2023, was marked by a number of new planner brands, and a lot of trying those out went on this year. I think next year you're going to see a greater commitment to trying to stick it through with one method or system throughout the year. Because of that, I think another trend you're going to see is lower spending. So this means not using as many subscription boxes, not buying as many products, really focusing on using what we have. I think that's going to be a big trend in 2024, and I'm actually all about that. I'm looking forward to it. I have canceled all of my planner-related subscriptions coming into next year, so I have zero. I'm going to use what I have, and I'll just put another plug in, as I so often do on this channel, for printable stickers. My favorite shop is Grand Plans, which I'll have listed down below, but if you're looking for a way to save money and not have to face that FOMO of what you're missing out and buying stickers that you don't need, and really having stickers for life, printable stickers are the way to go. All right, this setup was a page for homeschool attendance tracking. My oldest daughter, who is in high school, she's in her last couple of years of high school. She is homeschooled. She really goes to school online completely. She's also getting her associate's degree as she's getting her high school diploma, which is awesome. She is an athlete who travels quite a bit, so this is the most flexible way to make sure that she can prioritize her schoolwork, but also stay on her current athletic path. So attendance tracking is required in the state that I live in, so that's part of the reason why I have to keep this, and in my planner is a great way to keep track of this. You've probably seen, if you've watched setup videos before, you've seen me use this. That tracker is a pretty generic tracker that I just added the heading homeschool to, and I believe that tracker came out of Canva. It could possibly be a free printable that I also had, but I just added homeschool to it, and very simple to use. And I also put a sticky notes dashboard in because there are sometimes notes I need to take related to homeschool, so that's going to be a useful place as well, and you can never have enough sticky notes in your planner. I'm now setting up a wish list. Again, this is a Canva template. I love the font of this wish list item. Do you guys use a wish list? I often find that sometimes I don't have the patience to use a wish list, meaning I don't want to put things on the wish list because I don't want to wait to get them. But it's really important, and I am going to be trying lower spending next year in planner-related categories than I have in the past. And so a wish list is a tool that I really want to be able to use. I also like to use it as a wish list for other people, for my family members. So this is a good thing to have in the front of the planner. I'd be curious to hear from you all in the comments. Is a wish list something that you use? To go along with this, I think this vellum is perfect. This is from Sweet Freckle Designs, and it says, "Extra is my middle name." All right, I've got just a couple more setup pages to go. This one is a meal ideas page where I like to capture seasonal meals, low-carb meals that my family will also enjoy, and things I want to try. I like to keep a running list there so that when I am meal planning and I just run out of ideas, this is a quick reference for me to take a look at. I will also go back and rediscover that empty 2-page spread that I accidentally left after goals, and I will go ahead and set up a goals breakdown page for myself. Before I close out on the setup video, I did want to talk about why I love the Stalogy notebook. I get a lot of questions about this. With all of the options out there, with all of the versions of Hobonichi cousin planners, and in different sizes, in the B6 size, in the A5 size, with all the different versions out there, why is it that I keep coming back to the blank notebook that is the Stalogy? And I actually, my heart is with the bullet journal method and the more creative version of the bullet journal, but the flexibility of turning the page and just being able to put down whatever I need. And in the Stalogy, because of the thinness of the paper, which I am absolutely in love with the paper, that's another reason I love the Stalogy, but because of the thinness of the paper and the way the notebook is constructed, I can add as much structure as I think I need in that moment, and then next week turn around and have a completely blank notebook for messy list, and without having to purchase a new product. So I can actually swing from the variances of planner styles in this single notebook. And that's what I absolutely love about it. I love the freedom to turn the page and use it for whatever I need, whether that's a to-do list or some journaling, or some creativity, some watercolor, whatever I need on that next page, I can just turn the page and do that. So that's part of the reason why I love it. I love a chunky planner, and Stalogy certainly provides the chunk. So all of those are reasons why I continue to come back to the Stalogy. So here is my initial setup of my 2024 Stalogy planner. I don't think I'm done. I think I'm probably going to end up coming back to this and continuing to work on it. Of course, I'm going to be filling in my goals pages and my meal ideas and things like that, wish list items. But this is at a pretty good point just to get started and feel like I'm ready to go at the beginning of the year. Don't forget, you can get those holiday and year at a glance pages on the Facebook group for Planning Annie. My future log, my goals. I've got a lot of work left to do in my goals, but I'm looking forward to being able to, populate and break them down. I know what my word of the year is, but I need to think about it in terms of how it applies to the different areas of my life. And then, some of these form template pages for tracking and prompting me to remember the things and make lists. So let me talk about how I have this set up and what I have inside. So first of all, this is a Moterm personal wide ring planner in the color, I always forget what this is called. It's the pink color, whatever the pink color is. It's like mauve or something like that. It is a really nice pink. It's not an in-your-face pink. It's a very nice, soft, sort of very neutral, tannish kind of pink. So if you're not like a huge fan of pink, I think this will still work for you. Okay, in the pockets, I've got just some random bits and bobs and clips, things like that. I do have a if found and in case of emergency because I do plan on keeping this planner in my purse. In the back, I have some more bits and bobs, just some cards, things like that. I'm actually transitioning this to also possibly become my wallet, so just keep my cards, driver's license, all of that stuff in here as well, insurance cards, all of that stuff. And I have some personal wide is a difficult size to find, you know, like pockets and inserts, things like that for. They're kind of a special size. And some of the things that I can't make myself, which you guys know I love to make my own stuff, some of the things I can't make myself, I've had to order, so I'm waiting on some things. I also have back here my Sunday reset routine, you know, just a quick reference, Sunday reset routine back here in the back. And then I think I do have some things back here on this. I don't know what these are. Some stickers, a love note from my husband from Valentine's Day. So just some random bits and bobs stuck back there. Could also put cash back there, put it in a zipper pocket, all kinds of stuff. Okay, let's get into what is actually in here and how I have this set up. So, you know, I love freebies, planner freebies. So I do have some freebie items in here. I also have some things that I made myself. I will try to have as much as I can listed down in the description box below. Some things are really old, so I keep everything planner related, all the freebies and stuff that I collect. I have a whole email address just dedicated to planner freebies. So where you have to sign up, you know, to receive emails to get the freebie, I have a whole email address devoted to that, which I would suggest you do as well if you if you like planner freebies. Just devote an email address to that. Okay, so I'll have as much as I can listed down in the description box below. This opening dashboard I printed and laminated. This actually came from a previous Planner Press subscription box. I used to be a subscriber to Planner Press Digital Dashbox. I canceled that subscription for a couple reasons, but I do have the files from previous when I thought they were really beautiful, and this is one example. So love this as my cover here. And then this is also from that same month. I think it was April of last year, maybe, or March of last year. And this just says, big door swing on little hinges. Anything is possible. I think that's so cute. This is a freebie that I printed on vellum, and it is from Plain Chic Designs, and it just says spring edition. And then I have an inbox page here. I keep sticky notes on the front. So some of this as I flip through, because I've already set it up, I might have to blur out because there might be some personal information here, but I'm gonna try to keep that to a minimum so you can see as much as possible. So inbox, my first section is really inbox. These are things that I need to get to quickly when I am out and about. All right, I have an order tracker here, and then I have a wish list. You can see that I'm using some decor. I'm also, you'll notice that all of my inserts, for the most part, I have printed myself. So either I purchased them or they're freebies and I printed myself. I have cut slits in them so I can take them in and out because I hate opening the rings. I hate doing that. That really compromises the condition of the rings. So I tried to do that as little as possible. All right, these are from Planner Room, which is a store on Etsy that I get a lot of inserts from. I will have them listed down below as well as the other Etsy stores that I purchase inserts from. But these are really great, different types of lists. This is a shopping list. I'm using sticky notes so that I don't have to keep printing this. I just put sticky notes on it. I've got a list of subscriptions here and an add to planner. These are all freebies. This font here, you can tell shopping lists, subscriptions, and add to planner. Those are all freebies from Planning with Bee, which she has great inserts, sells great inserts, but she also has amazing freebies. So I would definitely recommend that you check out her site. There's another one. And then I've got a little vellum divider. And this goes into more like planner reference information. So this is my routines. I've got daily, and then each day of the week, what happens on each day of the week. And then I've got yearly, monthly, weekly, this is sort of like my routines, my recurring task. I've got a trigger list. This is from the planner spot. This was a freebie. So this is a goal setting trigger list and then a planning trigger list. You guys know I love trigger lists. And this is from Brown Plans, from her Instagram account. It's Brown_plans. And this was a freebie. This is a brain dump trigger list. So really nice there. And then I just put the brain dump from freebie from Planning with Bee on the back. And so those, you can see those are all sort of like planning reference items, just a few of them to help me when I'm trying, I love to, when I'm waiting in a doctor's office in a waiting room or waiting for my kid at the dentist, pull out the planner and do a little bit of planning, and having these type of items handy is great for reference information. All right, so that covers the whole first section, and that is really kind of inbox. I would call this inbox section. I don't have a tab with a label there, but it is just inbox. Okay, I'll pull this out so you can see it. This is a clear divider that I made myself. Hopefully you can see this. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. Okay, so I printed out a photo. This was an image from Canva. I printed it on vellum in the personal wide size. Then I ran it through the laminator. And then when I cut it out, I actually used a tab like this, one of these tabs, right? So I stuck it on where I wanted it. And then I actually cut around the tab. So that's what gives it that shape. So it's actually got the tab shape sticking out. It's just a tab that I stuck there, not this one, obviously, a smaller one, but I stuck the tab there and cut around it. And then I punched it. So I made these clear because, again, it is really hard to find some of the standard sort of planner items in personal wide size. And I did order a set of these, but they are taking forever to get here because I think they're coming from Australia. I'll share them when they finally get here, but who knows how long that's going to take. So I went ahead and made my own, and I actually really like them. I really like them. Now you can tell, like if you look really closely, you can tell that's, it's not as smooth and even as, professionally made ones. Oh, and I use my label maker to just put the label on there. So this one says track, and that's because this is the tracking section of my planner. So I've got that. This is a little piece of vellum from Simply Gilded. And then I have tracking. So this is a tracker that I keep for my husband's playing golf. He plays in competitions, things like that. So we like to track his golf scores and keep notes on different courses, things like that. I'm covering it up because I'm not sure that he would want me to share. I have my reading list. So I shared a video recently where I'm doing a self-study in productivity and really like deep diving and studying different productivity methods. This is my reading list. It spills over. It's quite long. So I've got my reading list and I'm checking it off as I go. I've got my to watch list. I try to keep up with this on a monthly basis, like different things I want to watch. And actually I can check one of these off. Okay, so keeping up with that. And then I also have an episode tracker where, how like you start something. So for example, I'm watching Perry Mason right now on HBO, comes out one show a week. I always forget what shows I've watched. And so I like to keep up with, what I'm watching for each episode. And then also movies that I'm watching. I like to keep up with that. This is a list of go-to restaurants when we are eating out or ordering in. I like to keep a list of, what our go-tos are, because sometimes we get in the habit and we're like eating the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm so tired of that. We actually have a lot more options. So anyway, this I haven't used yet, but I do have it in here. This is a freebie from Planning with Bee. And I should mention a lot of these items are from Etsy shops. I will have them listed down in the description box below. There's several different Etsy shops there that I'm using, so I'll have them listed down where I got these from that I actually purchased. This was a freebie from Planning with Bee. I just love that font. Last time, I haven't used this yet, but I'm thinking that like I'm getting ready to change the HVAC filters. I should have already done it because you do that when the time changes, but I'll put that down here. All right, so that's that section, and then I have my next section, which again is just the image on vellum, and then I cut out my own, and this one is titled Year. So this is my yearly section. I've got a little vellum here. Isn't that beautiful? This is from Plain Chic Designs. Really, really beautiful. I just printed it on vellum. This is a year at a glance that I'm using for reference, just looking at that. This is birthdays, holidays, special events, things like that. I've got some sticky notes here. I've got this freebie from Plain Chic Plans on vellum, and then I've got holidays. Oh, I should probably mark some of these out that have already passed, but a reference for holidays. This is from Planning with Bee. Love this. And then I have the next section, which is monthly. All right, in my monthly section, I actually have all 12 months of the year in here. I have this little baby Ollie clip here clipped to the month that it actually is, so I can quickly flip there. This way, if I am in the planner and I grab the monthly tab and just pull the tab, it gets me right to the month that we're currently in. So this is the month, but I also have all the other months, and this is great for just for reference information, looking ahead, future planning, things like that. So I've got all the months in here. Love this. It's really handy to have with me out and about, which is one of the reasons I wanted to make sure I had all 12 months. My next section is week. I haven't really figured out how to use this. So this is where I'm kind of debating about, do I use this or do I use my daily planning tool, which is now I'm using digital planning for daily. So I have weeks printed out and in here. Let me see if I can get to a blank one. So here's for example, is a week that I printed out, right? And I've got the days. I can write down things that need to get done, you know, or events, appointments, things like that. But I'm really not using this as much as, I don't really use weekly as much as I use daily pages. I really use my daily pages. That's kind of the heart of my planning. And I have moved my daily pages into a digital format, which I will have a video talking about that in more detail. But daily pages are what take up the most room, they create the most bulk, and I really don't want to do daily pages in the rings. I want to do daily pages, you know, somewhere else where I have plenty of room. So yeah, so I'm kind of just still working out how I'm going to use these weeklies. I don't know that I need this. Maybe I do. I don't know. I'm still working on how I use this. I would love to hear your ideas below. If you're using daily pages somewhere, are you keeping weekly pages as well? If so, why? How are you using them? I would love to hear your thoughts about kind of, as I'm working through what to do with this section. So next up is health, and I'm probably not going to share a lot of this information, but I have a cycle tracker and contact information for physicians, insurance information, you know, a running list of doctor visits, things like that. So we'll just skip past all that. I will have listed the shops that I got the printables from because they're really good, like a medical sort of health and fitness set. So next up is home, and this is another section that I'm not going to really share with you, but basically what I have in here are one page for each family member, including my pets, and it just has, you know, name, date of birth, you know, address and phone number if they're not living, you know, like my oldest daughter is in college, so her college address, phone number, email address, any pertinent medical information if they have special doctors or dentists, who those are, just kind of like a bio sheet on each family member. And boy, that information is so nice to have handy. I also have like just a handful of contacts, you know, our parents, their address, phone number, all that stuff. I'm not going to go through that because that's all very personal. But I also have this home inventory sheet where I'm just starting to fill this out, but I've got like the size of our HVAC filters, you know, things like that. I will put sort of reference information on the home inventory sheet. Okay. The next section I have is titled Boss, and this is kind of everything Planning Annie. So I've got a list of videos. I've got a calendar here. I have not filled this out at all, but we'll be getting to it. You know, I'm still working on that part. I've got an expense tracker and then another divider. And the last section is notes. And this is just a section for me to jot down, like, I wanted to do Easter planning, you know, menu ideas. And I came back later and slapped on this washi tape, and because I knew this was going to be in the planner for a while. I went ahead and put some washi tape on it, but you know, I just made it just look like this when I made it, right? Just jotting down some ideas for Easter, to-dos, and then just some extra note pages back here. So I can show you a little bit of what's back here. I've got a lot of tabs and sticky notes. You can see this is not the right size. I'm waiting on some pockets that are personal wide size, but I've got some cards and some sticky notes. I've got a little folder with some, you know, some stickers that I like and things like that. Things like that that are in there just for reference and to pull out and use. I'm not sure that this will stay the same. I feel like I'm going to probably be working on this and updating it. And I also want to incorporate wallet items in here so that I can eliminate wallet and just have this be planner and wallet. All right, and the last two items I'll go over in this planner are these two. Don't you love that they're color coordinated? So this is actually, I was testing out these retractable highlighters from Rytech. I will have a video coming up very soon about some of my new favorites that I've been testing out for spring, but that is definitely one. I absolutely love that it goes with this. I love having two pin loops. One of the beauties of Moterm ring planners, I have two pin loops, so I love having a highlighter and a pin. This is a new pen I've also been testing out. This is a Unijet Stream. It's got just like super amazing squishy grip. Anyway, but you can see it's color coordinated as well. So I will be sharing more detail about new pens that I've been trying out and testing for the rest of the year. So first of all, what is this gorgeous cover? This is Aura Estelle. It's absolutely beautiful. I love it so much. This is a notebook cover with a cloud design in this gorgeous red. And to me, this just screams fall and Christmas and Thanksgiving and all of the things. So I'm super excited to be using this beauty for the rest of the year. And without further ado, I would like to welcome this beautiful, very shiny and reflective cover right now. So this is an A5 Stalogy. I've got it in a clear cover and I've done some altering to the cover. This is a vinyl, Cricut vinyl that says Mischief Managed. If you are familiar with Harry Potter, then you will understand what this is and also this reference as well. So I'm a big fan of Harry Potter and love the movies and books in the fall, so definitely included some of that. But I'm in an A5 Stalogy, and I came back to this. I did some flips of A5 Stalogies recently and came back to this just because of my love of the paper and the freedom to plan. You know, just turn the next page and do what you want to do and need to do, list making, all of that stuff. And for the end of the year, this really makes sense for me. I think about like holiday shopping list and Thanksgiving meal planning and all of that. I really think I'm going to need the space that an A5 provides and the freedom that a Stalogy gridded notebook provides. I'm a huge fan of Stalogy. You can see that on my channel over the years. What I want to do today is just share with you my initial setup, so my introductory pages and what I have included in here. As you can see, I haven't done anything with the pockets yet. I've still got a lot of work to do to kind of, you know, get it ready to use, but I've still got some time left, but I have done some initial setup and I wanted to share that with you today. So I start with a couple, I'll try to talk about all the freebies that I'm using and where they're from. I will also list some things down in the description box below, a couple of videos I have about where I get most of my freebies. I won't probably remember everything because I have collected so many things, either freebies or purchased over the years, but I'll try to talk about them as I flip through. So this is actually comes from Planning with Bee. This is the 2023 holiday list, and I have just highlighted off the ones that have already passed, and I'll continue to do that. This is a vellum or acetate that I made. I use printable acetate that I can use with my inkjet printer, which is very handy. It just takes a minute to dry. It dries really fast, but I printed this quote on here. Love this quote. All at once, summer collapsed into fall. And then I have a year at a glance, and I've just used transparent stickies to put over the months that have already passed. And I do plan to use this planner in September, October, November, and December. So that's what that page is. And then this is another Planning with Bee freebie that she's already put out and published. If you're interested in grabbing this up, this is the 2024 holidays, and of course she's always using, beautiful florals. So I wanted to have this, even though I don't think this will last me into the new year. I did want to have them as a reference for planning purposes. And then also I went ahead and put the 2024 year at a glance in here. And these year at a glances are items that I purchased, and I want to say that these are from Hourglass Printables. I believe that's where they're from. This is a vellum that I printed myself. Just grabbed some artwork off of Canva and printed it on a vellum sheet and then tipped those in. All right, and then I absolutely love this. I didn't choose the Mug Life. The Mug Life chose me. This is from an old digital dash box in Planner Press, and I have a goals overview. So this is for Q4. I want to be able to list out a goal and the action steps just for Q4 in here. And so that's how I'll be using this page. More coffee stuff, and then before the year ends, I love this list. I cannot remember where I got this freebie from, but it would be fairly easy to make this yourself if you just wanted to write out before the year ends and have kind of a list of things you want to do before the year ends. I think this is a great thing to have, and I'm already thinking about things I want to add to it, to the list. So here I have an attendance tracker, so I've started filling in some of the dates. I need to come in here and finish filling in the dates, but this is for homeschool purposes. I have this for my daughter in here so I can track that. And this is from a digital dash box, an old digital dash box from Planner Press. I do not subscribe to this digital dash box anymore, so I can't speak to the type of items that are offered currently, but this was from a past box. All right, and then I have just some florals, and this is a fall color palette. I really liked this reference, and I've got it over a list of subscriptions. I started writing them in, but I do like to keep track of subscriptions, particularly as we head into the end of the year, so that I can decide, is there anything I want to eliminate or get rid of? Add to planner list. I put this in every planner. I think it's nice to have, particularly as I'm planning for the year ahead. And then have some pumpkins here, and then go-to dinners. So I did go ahead and fill this out. This is sort of fall and early winter related go-to dinners, like baked potato soup and crock-pot taco soup, all of that stuff, like go-to dinners just when I need a quick reference. And I also went ahead and put in here some sticky notes and a place to write recipes to try. So as I come across those, keeping up with those. I used some stamps. So I bought some stamps, and I have figured out, I originally was using somewhere in here, I thought I had used it earlier. I was using actual stamp pads, but quickly figured out that I like to use my Tombow markers to color on the stamps and then stamp that way. It's much cleaner and neater, and I like the ability to have so many different colors. So that's been really fun to play around with the stamps. this is where I used a actual stamp pad, and it was kind of a mess, but I made a wish list area for my husband, my daughters, myself, and any others, because we are heading into the holiday season and I want to make sure I'm tracking that and keeping up with that. I have my reoccurring task list. So, you know, I like to have this in every planner. It's great reference. This is yearly task, quarterly task, daily task, monthly task, weekly task, and I've got room to add more. But I really like to have this as a reference. If you would like more information about what is this and how do I create this, why do I use this, I will have a video listed down in the description box below. And then I have my trigger list, so things when I'm doing a brain dump and I need to remember things. I've got this list here. I did it in a little bit different format than I've done in the past, so kept it very short. Things like thankful for, projects in progress, ask the questions, write it down, 9 to 5, all of that stuff. So I use little phrases to help trigger my mind about remembering things that I need to get done. So, and then that's it. Those are my setup pages. So my next pages will be September, and I will do a separate video on how I'm setting up September in this planner. So I really hope that you enjoyed seeing kind of how I'm going to be setting up and using this Stalogy. I'm excited to be back in Stalogy and to be back in an A5 because it's been a long time. And I'm hoping that this remains portable enough. Luckily, the Aura Estelle allows for some belt loosening in this planner, so I'm excited to be back in this planner and hope that you are excited as well to This is going to be my fall planner for the months of August, September, and October. Maybe longer, but at least for the next 3 months, this is the little beauty that I will be relying on to help me stay organized and get all the things done I need to get done. So if you're not familiar with this, this is the Erin Condren Folio system that holds Erin Condren Petite Planners or other A5 items. I won't say that I have set this up to be a holistic Erin Condren Folio system because it is slightly modified. Of course, I had to modify it a bit, but I am using some of the Erin Condren Folio system tools. So let me talk, before I get into the guts and how this is set up, let me talk just a minute about why I'm going with this system. So when I sat down and mapped out my planning needs for the next few months, I realized that I really wanted to have several sections for health, for dailies, for monthly planning, for notes. There's just several sections that I needed, and I wanted the flexibility to be able to pull out sections. And for example, my grocery list, I want to have something smaller, easy to carry around, portable, that I can pull out and take with me to the grocery store, things like that. So that kind of led me down the path of traveler's notebook systems, where you have one cover that holds multiple books. And in shopping around, I thought a good sort of middle step between my B6 Stalogy and notebooks, which I have been using for some time, into a traveler's notebook would be the Erin Condren Folio system. It's a little bit larger than most standard size traveler notebooks, and I still can use, A5 type bullet journal, bullet grid style notebooks inside. So this is a good middle ground between notebook planning, bullet journal planning, and traveler's notebook. So I'm using this sort of as a testing stepping stone for myself to test out, do I enjoy the traveler's notebook style system? Now, I will say, traveler's notebooks seem to be making a comeback. If you are watching, a content on Instagram or YouTube or, other content sources about planning and the planning community, you may also be noticing a resurgence in traveler's notebooks. They are coming back. They are making a comeback. That's my prediction for the end of the year and going into next year. I believe you're going to see a lot more traveler's notebooks. And I think the functionality, there's a lot there to be attractive in the functionality. So I thought I would give this a try to kind of ease my way into the Traveler Notebook world. I have used Traveler's Notebooks in the past for specific items like faith planning. I'll have a video link down below about how I used a Traveler's Notebook for a good period of time for all of my spiritual and faith planning, Bible reading plans, prayers, things like that. But for everyday carry, everyday planning, I haven't actually fully dived into a Traveler's Notebook system. So this should be interesting testing ground. I want to see if I like it, how it works for me, and I'm excited to share all of that with you. So let's get into the setup. All right, so right off the bat, the cover. This is an Erin Condren vegan leather folio system cover. It is A5, but it is just a little slimmer than like a Stalogy A5. The measurements are just slightly different. Some A5s can fit in here, some cannot, so you really have to pay attention to the sizes. It has an elastic closure. And I have attached to the front this Today clip. This is just a very large paper clip. I thought this was super cute for decor. It's a little big and heavy for actually using as a page marker, but I really thought it was nice for, you know, the front for decor. This is an awesome sort of sassy leopard pattern or cheetah pattern in this gray and black. I thought this was just so perfect for going into fall. I think animal prints just scream fall to me, and so I'm excited to use some animal prints in here. I'm really excited to have this cover. I think it's going to be really nice. Size-wise, I have it pretty stacked full. There's quite a bit of stuff in here. If you just compare it to my B6 Stalogy, though, it's actually, while it's smaller as far as height, you know, thickness-wise, it's not that different from what my B6 Stalogy ended up being. But again, this is individual notebooks on elastics that I can pull out. So there's a bit more flexibility there. All right, so let's get inside. So what I have done on the inside, when you get this cover, it's just a plain cover with 4 elastics. It doesn't have pockets. It doesn't have, you know, what you would typically see inside like a notebook cover, a Moterm notebook cover. So I picked up this cover, several notebooks, and several accessories from one of 2 places, either the Erin Condren store. I happen to have a gift card plus some Erin Condren points from previous orders that were about to expire. So I did do a little bit of shopping on the Erin Condren website. However, the other place that you can find Erin Condren goodies is on Amazon. And I actually picked up a lot of this stuff, like this pocket here and this clip. I picked them up during Prime Day on Amazon. I will have all of the supplies listed down below. The things that I could get on Amazon, I'll have those linked to Amazon, and then I'll also have a link to the Erin Condren site. Now, one thing to know about the Petite Folio system and the Petite planners, Erin Condren typically in the past has released updates and new systems in the September timeframe. So there could be some new items coming out. This is a good time to get Petite Folio items at discounts or on sale because new items are getting ready to be released. And if you want to try out this system to see if this might be something that you want to use next year, it's a good time to kind of dry run and test it. And I highly recommend you do that if you're going to test out a new system. So I did attach a sticky pocket here. This is just attached. It's sticky on the back. It's this is actually an Erin Condren sticky pocket. However, I have found some really great sticky pockets on Amazon that I have used in planners in the past. I'll have those linked down below, and that would work here as well. I have this card from Simply Gilded. This was from a Simply Gilded subscription box last year. It's got this really awesome tropical pattern with the palm trees on it. So I just have that stuck in there kind of for decor. I'm not sure what else I might end up using this for. Okay, the first item that I have, so it actually fits around the front and back of the planner. It goes, you know, through the front and back here. It is a pocket, clear pocket system, just to hold. You've got 3 card slots here, 2 card slots here, and then on the back, it has a large pocket here for stickers or other things, and then you can see the pattern on the back. What I have done with this is actually put a little bit of decor on the front. So this planner belongs to, I think this is a freebie from Planner Press. I'll look it up and have it linked down below. But I have my contact information, but I just put in this little card with the cheetah print on it to cover up my personal information so it's not visible. You know, if I were to lose this planner for some reason, someone could pull this card out and see my contact information. I have this little card that actually comes from my Planner Press digital dashbox subscription. I thought this was perfect, the shoes with the animal print on them. And then I have these little cards that I made with monthly calendars on them for the next few months, and I'll just keep them in here and keep whatever month is current on top. So that's what's in this portion. In the back, I just have this cute little journaling card with the jungle stickers on it, and then a card that says, "I hope you feel beautiful today." So just a little bit of decor. So that's what's in here. I could certainly use this for stickers or other items that I end up picking up as needed. Okay. Now we get into the petite planners. So the way this works, I have very much like a traveler's notebook. You have elastics, and there are 4 elastics in this cover. So you kind of open up your planner and put to the middle page and just put your planner right on the elastic. I did not like the covers. So I liked a little bit more of a cohesive look. As you can tell, I'm kind of sticking with the animal print, jungle, that's my theme for this planner and this fall. This to me did not really go well. This is the cover of the blank monthly calendar from Erin Condren. This is a petite planner. I got this off Amazon, but I didn't really like the way these colors, mesh with the overall theme. So I made some covers, and let me pull this back out and I'll show you how I did this. So it's not actually attached to the petite planner itself. This is a couple of pieces of cardstock that I cut down to size to match the size of the planner cover. Then I ran them through the laminator, had 2 pieces laminated, and then I just laid them side by side and I used some clear packing tape to create the spine. And there it is, my DIY cover. So it's really just wrapped around the cover, and just covers up those bright colors that don't really kind of go with my theme here. So this makes it easy for me to change out, because what if I decide in October I really want to go with like a pumpkin theme, right? I can easily slide this out and do the same thing to create another wraparound overlay that then changes the theme of my planner. So I've done that with each of the books that are in here. So you'll see, the different covers that I created. Right now, my theme is very much animal print. So my first insert is a monthly calendar, a book of monthly calendars. So when I sat down to map out what is it that I need in my next planner system, one of the keys for me was having the monthly calendars as a future log. I talked a lot about it in my B6 Stalogy. In the very front of my B6 Stalogy, I had the summer months in calendar form at the very beginning, and I used these as a monthly calendar, but also as a future log. This was extremely handy for me, and I knew I wanted to have that same concept in my next planner system. So this is actually an undated calendar from Erin Condren. I could not find this on the Erin Condren website, but I did find it on Amazon. So the reason I liked it being undated is because these planner books from Erin Condren come with a Sunday start. Not a fan of the Sunday start. I've talked about this before. I know this is a hotly debated issue in the planner community, but for me, the calendar starts on Monday, not Sunday. So I needed an undated one so that I could easily create you know, a Monday start calendar. Let me show you what a blank calendar looks like so you can see how easy it was for me to you know, date this and change this. I've already put labels on top of the days of the week, but this is what the blank calendars look like. They just have little circles that you can plug in the dates for. So I went ahead and set up August, September, October, and November, and December. So I've got the rest of this year in here to use as a future log. I already have dates, key dates plugged in that I am aware of, so I can continue to populate this and keep this in this planner book. The other thing I have made sure to save myself some space for is where I have this highlight at the bottom, I'm actually going to be writing in meal plan. So this is where I'll put in what we're having for dinner and what I need to shop for, you know, at the grocery store. I'll have that in here. So this is my first book. It has 12 monthly calendars, undated monthly calendars. So I've got room to keep going if I want to, if I decide I really like this system and I want to stick with it. And then it just has note pages, lined note pages. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with these lined note pages, but there are a good amount of lined note pages in here. So it's a lot of options to include in here. I'm just not quite sure what I want to use this for yet. If you have ideas and you've used the Petite Planner system before, please let me know how you use those note pages. It does come with all of the planner books, Erin Condren Petite Planner books come with stickers in the back. So that's really nice, and a really nice folder here. So that is my first insert into the new Folio system. All right, the second book in my Petite Planner system is a blank A5 dot grid traveler's notebook. I got these off Amazon. They are fantastic. I had to really hunt because not all A5 inserts will fit the Erin Condren Petite Planner Folio. So I really had to search the measurements, read reviews, make sure I knew exactly what size it was going to be, but these worked. I will have these linked down below. If you are using the Erin Condren Folio cover, these A5 notebooks will fit. There are 80 pages in this book, which is perfect for a monthly for me. So that includes enough room for me to do weekly setups, daily pages for every day, plus some notes, as many notes as I want to. There's plenty of room in here for 1 month. So I am going to be using this for my weekly and daily pages and my notes. This is going to mimic what I have used the B6 Stalogy for as far as daily pages, journaling, notes, running to-do list, all of that stuff. I really felt like I needed this in my system. I have been really enjoying using daily pages. It's one of my favorite parts about using a notebook for a planner is that you have that flexibility just to turn the page and, you know, do whatever you need to do on that page. So I really wanted to have this, and this is why I call this a modified Erin Condren Petite Planner system, because this is not an Erin Condren product, and I really felt like I needed something like this. I have just put some stickers on here to say August 2022 and a couple of gold foil, you know, kind of leaf patterns. I did do a little bit of decorating on the inside. I have a quick reference monthly calendar here, and then I took this image off of Pixabay, printed it out, and I added some text in here, and this says, ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. And this is a song. I love this song. I'm also thinking about my oldest daughter in the month of August is moving off to college. And so I'm feeling a little emotional. So I wanted to make sure to kind of pull that into my monthly planner. So after that, it's just blank pages, dot grid pages. And, you know, I'm really excited about this part and being able to use the creativity, do what I need to do on these pages. I will have a setup, an August setup video for what I'm doing in this planner, so make sure you are subscribed and stay tuned for that. All right, the next insert I have in here, my third book that I have in here, I have again put the cover on that just wraps around the outside of this planner in the same way, laminating them and then connecting them with some packing tape. If you were interested in seeing the actual process for how I made these, I think these would be great for, you know, a lot of different options, other like standard size traveler's notebooks or others. Let me know down in the comments below. All right, so this planner book is a Erin Condren Petite Planner, and it is the Wellness Log. I have been on a fitness journey. I have been also kind of struggling with where to capture all of this information. I have a couple of apps that I'm using on my phone to track, you know, calories burned, steps. I also have an app to use for food logging, calorie tracking, all of that stuff. But you know me, I like to write things down. I like paper. So I have been transferring some of that information, at least summary totals and things like that, into my planner or into an additional notebook. And I've just kind of been struggling with how to pull it all together. I absolutely love the fact that I can have a dedicated notebook for my wellness journey that I'm on in my planner, but separate from, you know, my monthly plans, daily plans, all of that stuff, but it's still right here. So I'm really excited about incorporating this into my planner system. When I sat down to map out what my planner system needs were, this was one of the needs, to really have a condensed, consolidated place to capture all of my wellness information, and this was just the perfect solution. So this I did get off the Erin Condren website, but you can also get this off Amazon as well. And the way that this is set up, it has a place for starting point information, measurements, weight, kind of a vision board or photos area, a place to talk about your goals, and then it goes right into weekly pages. And there are 6 months of weekly pages in here. And the information that I can capture here by day, Monday through Sunday, is activity, habits, so water intake, steps, hours slept for each day of the week, and then a place to meal log, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks. Absolutely love this. This is exactly the information that I want to be able to capture on a daily basis. I want to capture, you know, calories, count calories, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, any snacks. And then the reason I'm capturing calories is because I'm targeting a deficit, you know, in my calorie intake versus calories burned on a weekly basis. So I do want to see that and measure progress as far as, you know, what's happening with calories, as well as activity levels, water intake, all of that. So these pages are going to be fantastic. I'm super excited about having this. And then at the end of each month, there is a monthly progress page, which I also love. So a place to put in your measurements, which I have been doing anyway on a monthly basis. Talk about your accomplishments, your goal progress, plans for next month. Just, I'm really loving the layout of this and the fact that I can have it all in one place. And so that is really the full layout of this. It's just weeks and monthly progress pages all the way through for 6 months. So this is going to be fantastic. And then also really cool set of stickers here. I'm excited about using these stickers. Love the colors. So really nice additional accessory that comes with the wellness log. So this solves a problem for me. I am super excited about having this in a dedicated spot in my planner system for the fall. My last insert also solves a problem that I have had with my past couple of planners that I've used. I've talked about this in the B6 Stalogy as well as in my Hobonichi cousin. I like to take a grocery list to the grocery store, a handwritten grocery list. Now, I know that there are apps that you can use for that. I know. I just like to write things down. It's just the way my brain works. I like to write things down. I like to have my grocery list written in the order of the aisles of my grocery store. I know what you're thinking. That's a little crazy. I get it. I embrace my craziness. It's part of who I am. So I needed a place to have a grocery list. Well, the problem with that is, as these planners grow, they become thicker and thicker, and these notebooks are harder and harder to carry to the grocery store because they're getting so thick. Same thing happened in my Hobonichi Cousin. I was putting my grocery list in there initially, and it was very easy to take that to the grocery store, lay it up on my purse in the cart. Same thing with this. But as it grows and gets thicker, it gets harder and harder to carry around. Introducing the solution that I have found to this. When I mapped out my planner system needs, this was one of the problems that I wanted to solve. And so I have incorporated a productivity checklist book. This is from Erin Condren. It has lined pages and then a checklist here. This is perfect for my grocery list. So the way I'm thinking about using this is just as I have in my previous grocery list, list out the sections of the grocery store, produce, meat and deli, all of that stuff, list my groceries here, have my meal plan for the next, whatever period I'm grocery shopping for here. And when I go to the grocery store, I don't have to carry this whole thing. I can just pull this one book out and take this with me to the grocery store. I did put another cover on this and made it the same way by laminating and using the packing tape so it just wraps around. I think this is a beautiful book. I think this cover is beautiful, but it does not go at all with the theme that I have going on in the planner. So I wanted to cover that up. So that's what this is. It's just blank lines and list all the way through the whole book. And so that is going to last me a good while, thinking that I use one spread for every grocery trip. So that's the last planner book that I have, something that I can easily pull out and take with me. All right, that brings us to the back of the planner where I have the back side of the card pocket folio that starts here. This is the front side. Goes back behind all the planners. This is the back side. It has this great huge pocket here, and I'm thinking of slipping in stickers that I use on a regular basis or receipts, just anything I need to access quickly. I did go ahead and put in a piece of cardstock in the back with the cheetah print theme on it. That's just, just for decor, so when I have it open like this, it looks cohesive. And then on the back, I have the large sticky pocket from Erin Condren. On the front, I had the smaller sticky pocket. This is the larger sticky pocket. And then I attached a little pin loop. These I get off Amazon. I'll have that link down below to, hold my pin. But for this, I think this is just any papers, receipts, anything I need to take with me, anything I get while I'm out, I can just use that to catch all until I get home and can organize it as I need to. So there's a look at my new fall planner. This is how it's set up. I'm super excited about using it. I'm super excited about testing it out. This is not a system that I have used for daily planning before, the Traveler's Notebook system. I haven't really used that before for daily planning, so this is going to be trial and error. Quite frankly, I could get a month in and decide I hate it. I don't know. So I actually bought this Hobonichi Weeks at the beginning of the year, and I didn't use it. I think I tried it for a couple of different things, and it just wasn't what I was looking for. It wasn't what I needed. So I ended up not really using it. It was sitting on the shelf. And then fast forward to me setting up the planner that I'm going to use for the remainder of the year, the last 4 months of the year. I knew it was going to end up chunky and I would need something portable. And so I set this up as my wallet. This actually is a cover that I got off Amazon. It's absolutely beautiful. I love this yellow mustardy color. I've got all these sticky notes here because I am using this as my wallet. And so these are cards and IDs and things like that I have covered up. I also have an in case of emergency, and this planner belongs to information there. It does have a big back pocket, and I'm pretty sure I have some receipts and dollars shoved back in there. So it's very functional for me. I'm actually using it. In the back, I have this little, I actually I drew and watercolored this on watercolor paper and just kind of cut it out. And I like to have it in my planner sometimes. I try not to put change in this zipper because I don't want it to get too heavy. So that's kind of the case that it's in. It's great size. I'll have all this wallet planner cover and all the supplies listed down in the description box below in case you're interested in those. As I flip through, I will probably blur out some things because there are some things in here that I don't want to share with the world, but I do just kind of want to give you an update on how my use of this is going. So it's pretty minimal decorations in the front. I do have a tip cheat sheet here, just stuck in the front. I actually made this on Canva and printed it out, and I just keep it stuck in the front because I stink at math, and it's nice to have. And then just a few stickers here. I won't do a flip through of everything because I did do a flip through of the initial setup, but what I will do is show you sort of months. So here's the current month, previous months, and I'm using this. I am putting some decoration in here, but I'm really using this as a quick reference of when I'm going to be traveling, when my daughter's volleyball games are, when we have guests, big events that are going on, holidays, things like that. Because it's really good to have this as a quick reference, especially when I'm out and about, maybe at an appointment or, you know, trying to schedule a doctor appointment, things like that. It's really nice to have this. So there's not a whole lot of space in the weeks on the calendar, so I'm not putting a lot. I am using some of my DIY little stickers, my little icon stickers, which I have a whole video about how I make those. I am kind of obsessed with icon stickers and have been for pretty much this whole year. But they are expensive. When you go to planner shops, they are really expensive to buy. And so I just figured out how to make my own. I'll have that video listed down below. Okay, let me flip. And you can see for future months, I did go ahead and decorate. And I have some things already plugged in, but of course it's here and available. I kind of use this as a future log as well, so I can pop things in here as needed. All right, let me flip to the weeks, and I'll just kind of flip backwards through the weeks. This is how I am using the week. So I have, you know, a place for appointments and activities, things that are going on that I need to remember. I have a place for dinners that we're going to be eating. And then I have a kind of running to-do list that I keep just for, this isn't all the things I need to do in the week, but if there are big items that I think I might need to know about when I am out and about, I try to keep those on the list. And so you can see what some of those look like. Now these weeks I'm not heavily using these. There are whole days that I don't look at this. I really just set it up and have it as a reference on the go. So I do have this information if I need it, but I don't always use it. And I also make sure anything that I capture or write in here, this is used to populate my main A5 planner because this is my main planner. So this is used as when I'm out and about to capture things that will go in here. I don't put everything in this planner that goes in my main planner. So hopefully that's clear. But you can see just how I'm using it. I'm doing some decorating. Some weeks are more decorated than others. Some weeks are just like hurry up and set it up. It is fun to decorate. This is a fun little planner to decorate, but I'm not using it a ton. So I'm definitely not using it for memory keeping or anything like that. It's just very, very functional. All right, I do have notes pages in the back, and I'm using it for various things. I haven't used all of them. You will see in my setup for 2024 that I have a lot more things going on in the notes. So I'll talk about that more in my 2024 setup. This beautiful cover is from Aura Estelle. I will have this and everything else I talk about listed down in the description box below. This pink croco is just, it has my heart. It's absolutely beautiful, and I am so excited to use it. It's got 2 zips. It's got a little pocket here. It's got little loops so that you can actually attach a strap and use it as a crossbody or a purse. It's got a zipper on the outside. It is designed for the size of a week's planner, which is what I have in here. So let me get inside this cover and show you what I'm going to be using. Okay, so inside I have my actual planner. Now, you will not see anything in the pockets because I will be putting my credit cards and IDs and health insurance card, all the boring stuff that goes in your wallet. I'll be putting that in here, but there's plenty of room, there's plenty of pockets, lots of places to put cash and all of that stuff in this planner. And then in the back, I've got a Hobonichi Weeks Mega sneaker in the pocket. Now, the sneaker Mega is, the Mega, first of all, has more notes pages, and the sneaker just has the soft cover. I'll have it listed down in the description box below. This is in the pink version, but there are a couple of different color options. I love the Aura Estelle planner that it has the pin loop in the middle, so it doesn't get in the way of the zipper. I think that is just so smart. I'm going to take it out so I can flip through this planner with you. So on the cover, on the planner, I have a clear cover that is very sparkly, which I really, really love. I found this on Amazon. I was not sure that it would fit, but it actually fits great, and it's got plenty of room for it to grow, and it fits inside this cover very well. So sometimes the Hobonichi Weeks Mega in the sneaker version is hard to find a cover to fit. The normal Hobonichi Weeks covers don't typically fit it, but this one fit great. So if you're looking, I will have it listed down below. This sticker is from Virgo and Paper, and this little 2024 guy is from Coffee Monster Co. On the inside cover, I have this cute little die cut that says How to Adult. I absolutely love this. This is from Sweet Freckled Design. It's Lola, the How to Adult book. I think this is so cute. I also have the little Hobonichi flap here, and this is left pretty blank because I have a feeling this is going to be a very functional space for me, like receipts, things I need to process, you know, appointment cards, things like that. So that's what's going to be going here. I do have tabs along the side, and I'll talk about them when I get to them, but they fit really great inside here. So like I've got plenty of room. If you are looking for a good week's cover, this has got plenty of room from Aura Estelle. Okay, I haven't really done much with this page, and I probably won't. This is going to be a very functional planner for me. I did get this kit from Virgo and Paper, which is specifically for the weeks, and the way I plan to use this is to use some zig dot markers to mark vacation days, sick days, in-office days, paydays, and holidays. And you can see I've already started to do some of that. So I've already marked off all my paydays and where I have holidays where I'm not working in 2024. It's just helpful to have a quick glance of that. So that is the way I'm going to be using this section. I don't know what I'll use the 2025 for. Maybe as I get closer to the end of 2024, I'll use that for something. And then I've also got this place for notes. I thought about putting sticky notes here potentially as just a resource for sticky notes if I need it. So that's how I intend to use this. For this next spread, I'm actually going to be using this to help at doctor's appointments. So I really want to use this for health information. So I've got a key up here with different colors, my zig dot markers. So I've got purple for I experienced some symptoms, and I'll have a place to put more notes about what that is. I'll use my weekly pages to put notes about, you know, what are the symptoms that I experienced, doctor's appointments, my cycle tracking, my prescription and prescription refill, when I start a new prescription and when I have to get it refilled. So I really want to keep track of that information and be able to look at it on an annual basis. So this kit comes from Virgo and Paper specifically for this layout. So I think this is going to be a great resource for having at doctor's appointments, and since this is in my wallet, I'll always have it with me. It'll be easy to carry around. Let me talk a little bit about this tab here. This is actually an Avery tab where I have stuck on a label from Coffee Monster Co., the tiny label for tabs. I've just put that on top of the Avery tab because I won't move this one, but there are some that I'm going to move, like the weekly and the monthly. I'll move as I go through the month. I wanted it to be repositionable, so I put them on Avery, and I think they work really well that way. All right, then we get into the months. I went ahead and put for every month in here, I went ahead and put just a little tiny deco. I will not have probably any more deco on these pages, but little deco from Virgo and Paper. These are monthly labels from Virgo and Paper, and then also Virgo and Paper holiday stickers. So I went ahead and put all the holidays in so I can see where they are. And then I will use this just as a really quick glance of schedules, appointments, when I need to take the car to get the oil changed, doctor's appointments, things like that. So that's what this looks like. Again, I'd be very minimal, probably not much more decorating than just having this down here because, again, this is a very functional setup for me. So that's what the months look like. For the weeks, obviously I won't start using this planner until January, but the way I will use the weeks, I will likely set them up at the beginning of the month, set up all the weeks. Very minimal deco in here. This is really more functional. I can use this to talk about any, volleyball games or doctor's appointments or meetings, things like that, the days I'm working in office versus the days I'm working remotely. I can use this for a grocery list or any notes I need to take, to-dos that I capture while I'm out and about. So this is not going to be my main planner. This is sort of my on-the-go, having something with me all the time, because my main planner will be bigger than this and probably not able to travel. And so what I will make sure to do is anything that is in here, this will feed into my main planner. My main planner is like the one source of the truth. So I will use my main planner to populate this, and if I'm out and about and capturing anything here, I will make sure it gets into my main planner as well. So that's how I plan to use the weeklies. And then let me flip back to the notes section. So for the notes section, as you guys know, I switch up my planner system or update my planner on a quarterly basis. And the reason I do this is because I like to use notebooks as planners. I also my planning needs are different in each season, so I like to update things on a quarterly basis. That is a system that very much works for me. However, that does mean that I end up with multiple planners with different information in it. However, when I decided to have this Hobonichi Weeks as my on-the-go planner, I thought about how I could make the use of the notes section to be a place that stays consistent all the way through the year. So keeping collections and lists and things like that. So I have set this up to be a place that I could keep consistent lists and notes all the way through the year versus having my quarterly planner change. So for example, let me just walk through here. I did set up an index, and all of these little labels I made myself. I printed them out, and I'll have the supplies I use listed down below, but there's clear sticker paper, and I just used my inkjet printer to print out and cut them out and put them in here. So I've got my index. I divided the page into 4 columns. That should be plenty of room for me. And the Hobonichi Weeks is numbered, so that makes it easy. I've got the Planning with Bee holidays, 2024 holidays, which I just so appreciate. This is a freebie from the Planning with Bee website, so have the holidays there. I also have a 2024 page just to capture anything else, and I also left 2 additional pages to capture anything else going on. Thinking about like my daughter's volleyball schedule and any other family activities, vacations, things like that. Just want to be able to make notes about things going on throughout the year. I've got a place for my word of the year, which I'm just going to put a big sticker here, and then also a place to talk about my 2024 goals. I want to be able to list those here, and I also want to be able to break those down by quarter. So I took this page and divided it into 4 quadrants. Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. I just want to have a picture of my goals on the go. So I'll be populating this as I finalize my goal planning. Then I have a whole section devoted to the family, which I'm not going to flip through everything. because some of it is private information, but I just used a little printer and printed out pictures of my family. So this is a page where I can put family information or notes, and then each family member for the next few pages has their own 2-page spread with a picture and their basic information like, phone number, clothing size, birthday, all of that information. So any medical, allergies, things like that. I've got those on these pages. Then I have a contacts page. I'll have the actual contacts blurred out, but I have a place for contacts, just those addresses and phone numbers that I need on the go. Not really phone numbers so much, but more like email addresses and home addresses for people that I mail things to, things like that. Doctors, offices, addresses, dentists, address, things like that. Have that in here as a reference. I've got 2 extra pages to keep going with that in case I need to. And then I have my reoccurring task list, which I have started to populate. It's not completely populated, but this is such a good reference. I need to have this in every planner. And as I'm on the go, this is a good thing for me to be able to reference. I broke it down into yearly, quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily, and other. And I will continue to populate this as we go through the year. You can see I'm just using the labels that I printed myself. And then I've got a couple of little stickers here, like this is from, I believe this is from Sweet Freckle Design, this sticker, but I just put a few little stickers here. This place I will use for my triggers list, like brain dump triggers, to help me think of things, when I'm trying to figure out what I need to do or I'm planning for the month or week ahead. I like to have a list of triggers that help me remember all the things that are in my head. I want to have a page with planner sizes. This is something that I reference frequently, different planner sizes because I use different planners. So like having the size, what are the dimensions of the Hobonichi weeks? What are the dimensions of the Stalogy B6, the Stalogy A5, the Hobonichi cousin? What is a personal ring size? What are the page sizes? I use these, and because I switch planners, update my planner system throughout the quarter, I use these quite frequently. So I will fill this in. And then also a few notes about my setup. Now, I have thought I might use like sticky notes instead of actually writing on this page. Because I update things on a quarterly basis, I think what I will do is just put a little sticky note in here and then make some notes about my monthly setup or my weekly setup of my planners, put it in here like this, and then when I change, I can just take this out and put a new one in. So that's another way I plan to use this and have it be relevant all throughout the year. All right, for YouTube, I've got some statistics that I want to keep track of. So this is a stats place just for a quick view. A place for me to capture video ideas. I cannot tell you how often I'm like sitting in the dentist office waiting area and come up with the greatest idea for a video for you guys. Or I'm reading through your comments and get an idea for a video based on a question that you've asked. And then by the time I get back home to my planner, gone. So I have a little place to write things down. All right, master grocery list. This is as a reminder for me. The way I'm using this, and it's not done, I just started populating it, but the way I'm using this is I'm actually capturing those things that we keep regularly in the house. And that way, when I'm making the grocery list, I can just come here and say, okay, is there anything on here that I need? It's almost like a grocery prompt list so that I don't forget to buy, toilet paper for like 3 weeks in a row, right? Okay, meal ideas. I've just started this. These are like quick go-to dinners. I want to do seasonal dinners as well, but just have those meal ideas here for when my brain's not working and I need to put that meal plan together. All right, my husband plays golf, and I love to track each year. I like to track his golf scores, what course he played, the notes, all of that stuff. So I am going to use this to track his golf scores. We love to look back on it. I also put a page in here for my daughter and her volleyball schedule, so that's in here. I've got a wish list for me and a place to, put any additional information for other people. put that in here and just drew the grid out. This is the date I added it, how much it cost, the item, and if I received it or got it, what date did I receive it or get it. I've got a place for me to put some notes in about being a hybrid worker. So there are things that I like to carry back and forth from my home office to my work building office. And so I want to keep that here. There's some notes about the building, the parking deck that I park in. Sometimes it's closed for, special events, things like that. So just a place for me to put those type of notes related to my work situation. I've got a doctor visit prep, and this is another area where I plan to put some sticky notes in. So when I know a doctor visit is coming up, and I have specific questions I want to ask or things that I think, I need to ask Dr. So-and-so about that, I want to make sure I have a place to put that so that when I'm in the doctor office, this is with me and available. I have a place to capture some self-care ideas. I'm just not very good at self-care. I'm not very good at it. I feel so superfluous when I'm doing self-care. So I wanted to give myself a place to be able to capture some ideas as I think about them. Ooh, that would be good self-care, and how I can incorporate that into my routine. And I also have an adulting log. Now, this whole concept of an adulting log originally came from Lindsay Scribbles, but she uses an adulting log, and I just think it is such a great idea. So it is about having the months across the top, and then those adulting type tasks like changing the HVAC filters and ordering the dog food and changing the oil and changing the water filter, all of that stuff, just tracking when that stuff happens. I've got plenty of room to add some more here as well. I want to keep a someday maybe list. There's a lot of times also when I'm out and about and I think, someday I should do such and such. For example, I have one of the items I'm going to add on here is to have a fairy garden. I have wanted a fairy garden for so long, but I don't have time or space to do that right now. But that is a someday maybe list, and I'm going to add that on here. Subscriptions, I'm trying to keep track of subscriptions and just make sure I'm listing things out as I sign up for new things. I'll put the list in here that is current, which I have cut down quite a bit and eliminated almost all of them, but I want to keep track of what we are subscribing to. Some takeout information, like what do we order? What are the things that I like to order from our favorite takeout places? I always forget, and then I end up ordering something I don't like. So I want to have that list here. I also like to keep kind of air fryer cheats. So as I learn, or, when it comes up in conversation, like, you air fry that? How do you do that? Anyway, I just want to have a place to have some cheats for that. Packing list, I will keep a packing list in here, and this will be like sort of a master packing list for us. And then a to-read list, because this is another thing where when I'm out and about, I kind of get ideas about, I want to read that. And I forget it by the time I get home to my main planner. Same thing to watch list. Date night ideas, I'm always thinking of those when I'm out and about, or I see something, I'm driving around, I'm like, that would be fun. And I just want a place to be able to capture that. And then the rest are just empty notes. So that brings me to page 70, and the rest are just empty notes that I can use for scribbling. I'm giving myself permission to not be pretty or organized in this section. This is just for scribbling throughout the year. I do have on the last page a little grid spacing guide and a pen test page so that I can try out different things. All right, so I hope you enjoyed seeing a flip through and the setup and my intentions for this planner. This really is kind of an on-the-go, quick, down and dirty, very functional planner tool for me in 2024. Having worked a little bit in this in the last quarter of this year in a similar setup, I know that this works for me, and it's a great tool to have. It doesn't take a lot of my time. It's not a very creative space. It's just a really functional space for me. And I've gotten a lot of benefit out of that in the last part of 2023. So I'm excited to carry it over, and I'm excited to have it in this gorgeous cover that is going to be my wallet this year. That was a ton of setup videos. Hopefully your planner is all ready to go now for 2024. I would love to hear your thoughts and comments about the marathon style video down in the comments below. If you enjoyed the video, give me a thumbs up. And as always, thanks for planning with me.